Good morning, everybody. How are you? Well, here we are at the very first eTRI event put on by Triathlon New Zealand. We do believe that this is the first of its kind in the world outside of the Super League competitions, and we're excited to bring this to you. And it's been an amazing work behind the scenes from Anna Russell and her team with Triathlon New Zealand. And we're going to bring you a day of exciting racing. So this is the culmination of the Zwift eTRI races that we've had over the past 6 weeks, and athletes have raced online, and their performances have provided the tally for the leaderboard, and from there they've been selected to come to Auckland and compete in the live event. So here we are at the Owen Glen Swim Centre in Auckland, on the north shore of Auckland, and we're ready to take you through the 200-metre swim, 5 kilometres on the bike, and 1 kilometre run. This event, so the bike course is the Volcano Loop, 5.1 kilometres, as I say, and it's pretty much a flat course. There are a couple of very small pinches in it, which can have some effect, but it's really a flat, fast course, and it is one for the powerful riders. Those will be using the most aerodynamic setup they have available to themselves, and it's going to be an exciting race. It's very short, very powerful, and we have some amazing athletes that are going to be unleashed in this. The run is on Mayfield, which is a 400-metre track, and it's 1 kilometre. So we're going to be running loops of a 400-metre track. If you do the math, 2.5 laps, 1 kilometre, flat out, and that's going to take us to the finish of the race. And there's not a lot of elevation on an athletics track, so this is all about pure speed, and it's going to be exciting. So we're about a few minutes away from the start of the D category women's race. Just a quick mention to the support that we've had from Pub Charity, Zwift, skysportnext, Domestique, and our main sponsor, Phoenix Cycle Distributors. So thank you very much for those organisations. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to put this event on. Now, Cat D Women, we're taking you through the start list. We've got Ali Boggs, who is a fantastic, well-known swim coach, and has been in the sport of triathlon for a long time. Ali's a fantastic person. We know her really well. She's raced Ironman World Championships. She's done everything in the sport. We have Kylie Frost, who everybody will know Kylie. She's got the most recognisable bicycle out there, and she's absolutely loves the sport. Kylie finished in a very exciting finish, just 16 hours 58 minutes at Ironman New Zealand this year. So she did a fantastic performance to get herself to there. Michelle Lawton-Hill. Michelle's a very experienced Zwift athlete. She's been around the sport for a long time as well, and we're looking forward to seeing how Michelle goes. And then look at that, we've got another Frost on the start list. We've got Samantha Frost, who is Kylie's daughter. Now, Samantha is a super tenacious young 8-year-old athlete who just absolutely lives for the sport, lives for racing. So it's amazing that Samantha's here. She loves competition, and she is going to be all about this race. We can see her on camera there right now. She is small of stature, but big of heart. So we're looking forward to seeing how Samantha goes, and she's obviously racing the under-19 category because she is young. The interesting thing about Samantha and Kylie is they both suffer from ankylosing spondylitis, which is an arthritic disorder, and so for them the exercise is very important because it allows them to just deal with their symptoms. Without the exercise, the symptoms would most likely be a lot worse. So this is not only is this activity fun for them, it's also part of the therapy for them, and that's fantastic. So we're looking forward to seeing how this race unfolds. As you can see, they're just getting ready beside the pool. They're going through the race briefing at the moment. A couple of things about this race is it's a 50-metre pool, so it's 4 laps. The start is deep water start, so there's no dive starts, and it's a hand on the wall pushing off 50 metres, so 4 times. So it's all about pacing. The 200 meter is an extremely hard distance to pace well, because sure, it's only going to take a few minutes, but if you go out too fast, the last couple of laps can be really, really difficult, and it can if you do go out too hard and you do slow down a lot at the end, the quicker you slow, the worse your technique gets and the slower your pace goes. So for those athletes in this race, I've certainly suggested that they pace themselves off the start, try and maintain an even pace for the 200 meters, but hopefully as they build it up towards the end, they can pick up a little bit of pace. But the good thing about swimming in the pool is you can clearly see underwater where you are in relation to the other athletes as well. It's not like in a normal triathlon where you're having to lift your head every few strokes to get a sighting, gauge where you are in the field. It's more about just putting your head down and swimming and looking side to side as you breathe. You'll be able to see the swimmers on either side of you and gauge how you're going against them. Getting out of the pool, so you'll either the athletes will either exit at the end of the lane, or they can move under the lane ropes and exit at the ladder there that you can see on screen. And then from there, you can see the path, the rubberized matting that goes down to their bicycles, and obviously they're going to be allocated their lane, lanes 1 through 5, although there's only 4 athletes in this race, so lanes 1 through 4. And their bicycles are set up according to that position. So even though lane 1 is closer to the side of the pool, the first athlete's bike, lane 1's bike, is actually going to be the furthest away, and likewise with their treadmill. So it is even for every athlete, regardless of where they are on the start position. So you can see they're just getting themselves ready now. They would have done a little bit of a warm-up. They would have got used to the water, turn the arms over a little bit, get the heart rate up. We can feel the nerves right now. I know in the commentary booth watching this, we're excited to see how this unfolds. And we can see they're getting ready, and we should have a countdown. A few minutes to go yet by the looks of it. There'll be a whistle to start, but we're holding them at the moment. There's Ellie Boggs. She's a great swimmer. This is her specialty event. I know Ellie's had a few injuries on the run, so for her the swimming bike is going to be very, very important. Looks like we're just practicing some starts there. Really important to get that quick arm turnover ready. Get the heart rate up, get the blood flow through the arms, get ready for that hard push off. 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes to start. So we've got nerves will be coursing through these swimmers' bodies, no doubt. But they've all been competitive athletes. They all know what racing's all about. So this is nothing new to them. Great thing is the water's not cold. There's no need for wetsuits. Obviously, we're in an indoor pool. For some of these athletes, obviously, swimming without a wetsuit is going to be a bit of a disadvantage to them. But obviously, they do train in the pool without wetsuits, so it's not going to be too foreign to them. But perhaps for the weaker swimmers, they may notice that there's a little bit of a disadvantage to the likes of Ellie, who's a very, very competent swimmer and could probably swim as fast without a wetsuit as she would with a wetsuit. You can just see Ellie's practicing getting out of the pool there. It's all about technique, all about minimising the losses. And she maybe doesn't want to get too cold being just sitting in the water. Ellie's done a lot of swim races in her time, so she knows exactly what has happened. You can see the NZL on the back of her tri-suit there. That's an indicator that she's raced at the World Championship level as an age grouper. So we've got 2 minutes to go. Great having the camera on the side of the pool here to be able to see some very, very up close footage. And just looking at the allocation of the lanes, looks like Samantha's over there in lane 4. Looks like Michelle Lawton Hill is in lane 3. No, yeah, Michelle's in lane 3. Kylie is in lane 2. And Ellie Boggs is in lane 1. Obviously, different lane numbers to what's on the starting blocks, but that's how we're going to run it here. That's their race number. This is the Cat D women. Less than a minute to go.
None of the runs have been joined up to the
Ellie's smiling. She's happy. She's in a happy place. She's a swim coach. She's a fantastic swim coach, actually, very well known. Does a lot of analysis at her house up on the Whangaparāoa Peninsula, and she helps a lot of athletes with their swim technique. So we're going to be watching Ellie swim. She'll be certainly technically a very, very strong, very, very powerful swimmer. Coming up, 10 seconds to go. 3. And starter's hands. Anytime now. They're off. Look at that. Ellie's straight into it. So Ellie doesn't look like she's going out super hard. She knows that 200 metres, it does have to be paced really, really well. And she does know that even though it's a short sprint event, there is a great deal of endurance required. But you can just see how strong and long her stroke is. She's very, very powerful. It's great to see Kylie there. She's just ticking her arms over nicely. Coached by Andrew Mackay, also a very, very good swim coach. So she obviously knows exactly what she needs to do here. Ellie looks like she's at the turn already. Tumble turn straight into it. Look at that. That's fantastic. She's got a lovely stroke, really nice and long and strong. Ellie will swim about an hour for an Ironman, so that's an indication of what we're looking at there. Looks like Michelle's just come into the turn, pushing off nicely. But Ellie is really comfortable here. She's got a good lead already. Kylie's just made the turn, and Samantha's almost there at the first turn, pushing herself so well. It's great to see. Nearly there. Kylie's into a nice rhythm. Only 200 metres. Kylie being an Ironman athlete, hardly getting the day started with 200 metres, but that's all the swims required. Ellie's already made the turn at the 100 metres. She's on her way back in her third length. Very strong, very long stroke. She'll swim like that, at that speed, that arm turnover for an hour, comfortably. Got a great long stroke. She's a very tall athlete, so got a great body line in the water. Coming up to the turn, final turn, 150 metres, 50 metres to go. Maintaining a nice kick. Funny enough, Ellie, most of the swimming Ellie does is actually in an endless pool. So she'll swim in a pool that has a current that pushes against her, as opposed to swimming length. So maybe she hasn't swum in a 50-metre pool for a while, but she can swim in an endless pool for a long, long time without having to stop. So it's great for endurance, but it's also very, very good for technique. You can see Ellie's just coming to the end of the 200 metres. And we're going to be seeing her touching the wall. Fantastic. And here she is, getting out of the pool. Good work, Ellie. Now, Ellie's going to swim cap goggles off, jog down to her bicycle. And there's Ellie's bike waiting to be ridden. And just got herself to a bike now. Who's going on? And looks like Michelle is halfway back in that final 50 metres, and Kylie has made the turn in the final 50. Samantha's just made a 100-metre turn, so she's on her way halfway down towards the final turn. Ali's riding. Straight into it. So, what do we got here? She's into a great rhythm already. 3.5 watts a kilo. Very, very strong. Very, very powerful. Got a good lead here. Doesn't need to do anything crazy. Just has to just pedal away. Look at her smiling. She knows what she's doing. She's a very, very strong cyclist. Helps when you've got good long legs like that. Just very long levers, a lot of power. And it looks like Michelle has made it to the end of the 200-metre swim, and she's out of the pool, and she's running down to her bicycle. Well done, Michelle. Kylie's finished as well. Excellent. Well done, Kylie. It's a close race between Michelle and Kylie. And Samantha's just made a turn in 150 metres. She's got 50 metres to go. Come on, Sam. All right, Ellie's on the main track in the volcano now. She's as you can see, it's a fairly circular route, but there's no major hills. And here's Kylie running to her bike. Michelle's already on it. Michelle's a very experienced Zwift racer. She's got over 50 races in her Zwift Power account, so she's done a lot of racing. She's she's chosen a great bike here. She's got a Ridley Aero bike. Got some nice deep section wheels. Looks like the DT Swiss wheels. So great choice for this course. It's flat enough that you can ride a really aero setup, and she's into a nice rhythm. And it's great to see the three of them in shot there. They're all pedaling away, riding so well, and very close race between Kylie and Michelle by the looks of it. So see how these two get on. Ellie's got a great lead here. She's possibly about a minute and a half ahead of Michelle. Here we are on Kylie. Now Kylie's got the Tron bike. So Kylie's done her homework. She knows that the Tron bike's probably the fastest bike on this course. And looks like Sam's come to the end of her 200 metres. Fantastic. That's amazing effort for 8-year-old Sam, who has done so well. You can hear the crowd cheering for her. And she's get out of the pool. Get out of the pool. Well done. So Kylie's on her Tron bike. So she's now on the main path of the volcano. Looking great. Moving on a great, actually very, very similar power to Michelle right now. And it looks like Michelle has about a 30-second lead on her. But, you know, it's still 5 kilometres. You still got to be able to maintain. Ellie is also travelling along very nicely. Ellie's actually dropped her power a little bit. So, you know, Ellie went out pretty hard. Maybe she's just settled into a rhythm. And you can still see that she's pedaling with very, very fluid motion. So again, as an Ironman athlete, this is just a comfortable pace. Really, she'll be pushing close to her threshold, but you know, it's not going to be hugely uncomfortable for her. But you can see she's on the aero bars. She's very, very comfortable. Ali's on a Canyon aero road, so she's done her homework as well. She's got a set of Zip 808s on that bike by the looks of it. Also, a very, very good choice for this course. Very flat, very fast. Sam is on her bike, and she is away riding. So everybody's out of the water, everyone's riding. And Sam's on a Canyon as well, so she's also done her homework. She knows exactly what's required for this race. And Sam's pushing along at 2 watts a kilo, riding about the same as her mum. So, great to see. Looks like Ali's just sort of got through halfway of the bike now. And she's coming along to a tricky little section. So this is really the only part of the course that has some elevation to it, some gradient. You'll see her coming around. You'll see on the mini map up at the top right there that it curls around, swoops around in a bit of a hairpin, and that's a very short climb, but it's enough to actually require the rider to push a little bit more power to get up. So you might see her lift her watts as she gets to this hairpin turn, and it's only a short 100 metres or so, but it's enough. It's particularly in a bunch race. This is a really key part of the course. But for her, being an individual race at the moment, she's on her own. She can just keep the rhythm going, just settle in. 5% at its maximum, and curls around to the left, and carries on. So Sam here is ticking along really nicely. She's just out of the saddle. She's just pedaling along, keeping the rhythm nice and fluid. Still got a grin, smile on her face. She's in a happy place. Pedaling along well there. She's hands on the top tube. She's just comfortable. She'll probably ride like that the whole time. You can see she's getting encouragement from Margot, the commentator. Kylie's in the aero bars. Great pedaling action there, Kylie. Riding so well. Again, she's also smiling. Having a good time. They know that they're the first. This is the first race in the world of this format in the community outside of an elite Super League event. So these guys are the pioneers. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of the sport in the years to come. But it's great to see that these guys are here having a crack at something new. Ali's focused on that iPad screen. Back up to around 3 watts a kilo now. So she hasn't got far to go. I think she might have about just maybe 1.5 kilometres to go. Looks like the race is on for second place with Michelle and Kylie here. It's very close. Only 300 metres between them, and Michelle might see that because she's just popped her watts per kilo up a little bit. But they're actually pretty close together. In fact, Kylie might be moving up on Michelle. There's only 200 metres. 200 metres between them now. So the race is on.
1 kilometre for Ali.
Ali's got 1K to go. And you can see the crowd cheering Sam on. This is a great thing about the sport right now is that you can have the supporters right next to the athletes. You don't get this in normal triathlons where someone's out on the road for half an hour or so. Sam's waving to the fans, giving it up. Yeah, the crowd interaction with these athletes is incredible. We're going to see this throughout the day where the people can get right up in the faces of the athletes as they're pushing themselves to their limits. Ali's got 500 to go, coming to the end of the ride. Ali's opened up more of a lead by the looks of it. She's got probably 2 minutes on Michelle. Now, that's not to say that the race is over. I know I was talking to Ali before, and I know that she's been carrying an Achilles injury. It's been something that's been with her for a while, so we don't know what Ali's running is like, and I have no idea what Michelle's running is like. So we could see a bit of a race on our hands here, but at this stage, Michelle looks like she's cleared out from Kylie a little bit. She might have seen that Kylie was moving up on her, but she's opened that gap out again. And as we get to Ali about to come off the bike, we'll see her transition onto the run. Just finishing up strong. She's bringing her watts back up again. She knows that she's getting there. Come on, Ali. Sam's halfway through the bike as Ali gets off the bike. So it's still a very close race. There goes Ali taking the shoes off, making her way to the treadmill, starting the run. Remember, folks, this is the first time this has been done in the world. So lucky to be able to see this right now. Ali with the shoes going on. Shoes are compulsory for this. starting the treadmill. And here we go, we're moving. And as you can see, bringing it across to Mayfield. There's Ellie in the orange, just bringing her pace up, starting her run. Great form, Ellie. Stick along at 12 kilometres an hour. Come on, Ellie. Only got a kilometre to run. 100 metres in already. And we can see Kylie and Michelle still together on the bike. Not much in between them. You can see Ellie's just making her way around this 400 metre track. Running a little bit wide in the lane. I don't know if that's something that she can manage. Obviously, it's Zwift generated, but I'd like to be running a little bit closer to the centre line, to the pole line there. But that's the way they're making it happen. Maybe it's because she's running past. She's going to be running past people, so she needs to run outside of them. Otherwise, you'd be running into them. Michelle's off the bike. All right, second place. Looks like she's about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes down on Ellie. So she's actually kept that gap pretty close on the bike. Remember, Ellie had a pretty good lead out of the water. We can see Margot on camera there, encouraging Kylie. Pushing into the end. Can't have too much more to go yet. Ellie's coming up to 400 metres. You see there's other people on the track here running. It's a public track. We're allowing other people to do our event. But, you know, they're getting past. They know that they're in a race. So Ellie's just gone around one lap already, and you can see that Sam was on the side of the track there waiting. She's only just still on the bike. She's not much more to go yet. Kylie is at her treadmill now. She is starting the run. And here we are with Michelle. Look at that stride. She is moving along. This is fantastic. Running at 18.5 kilometres an hour. What a great runner. This is going to be interesting because we know that Ellie was running at about 12. Michelle's running at about 18. We might see her taking a fair bit of time out of her. Ellie's at halfway, and Michelle is coming up to 400 metres in, so it's pretty close, guys. We've got a race on. Ellie's working hard. Kylie's running. Come on, Kylie. Oh, just getting that treadmill up to speed. Yeah, great form from Michelle. She's clearly a very, very good runner and very comfortable. Was it a little bit more speed up on the treadmill, or was it down? We're not sure. She settled it into, well, Ellie's at just over 12 kilometres an hour. Looks like Michelle's not slowing down. I wonder if she's going to be saying anything to her. Wouldn't that be funny? They're adjacent to each other on the treadmill. Might be a chance to a little bit of sledging. Doesn't look like Michelle's saying anything. She's focused. Here's Ellie just ticking along, nice and steady. I'm looking at them on the treadmill, and they're actually both running very, very strong, very, very well. But Michelle is in her zone. She's clearly running is probably her favourite event because she looks very, very comfortable. She's still running at 19 k's an hour. I'd say she probably put her speed up a little bit there when we saw her running. And we're just trying to see if we can figure out how far behind she is. It's not. Ellie's coming up to about 100 metres to go, and Michelle looks like she's got about 300 to go. So looks like Ellie's probably going to hold on to this. But I tell you what, she is getting chased down hard. Michelle's only 100 metres behind now. We're actually right Ellie's got 50 metres to go. And Michelle is almost back up to her. Come on, Ellie. Almost there. And looks like Michelle's coming up behind her.
Oh.
This is a sprint finish, guys. What have we got?
Ellie took it.
Oh, looks like Ellie had her. And looks like Michelle's come into the end. Ellie is spent. And Michelle's finished. Ellie looks like she's really done a great effort. And Sam's shoes on, starting the run. Fantastic. You just see Ellie buckled over the treadmill there. She has put it all in. She knows that she was being chased down. Just being congratulated there by Triathlon NZ CEO Claire Baird. Well done, Ellie. We're going to be getting Ellie into the commentary box soon. We're going to have a bit of a chat to her. I'd love to talk to her about what it feels like to be one of the first athletes in the world to have competed in a eTRI event and have gone on and won it. Kylie is here we are with Sam, actually. Sam's running along really nicely. Kylie on screen there, running along nicely. Well done, Kylie. Looks like Ellie's doing a little bit of media. This is what happens in these big races. They finish the race. You watch the Tour de France. They finish the stage, do some media, do some interviews, talk to the press, media scrum. Go onto the podium. So we're in that media scrum. We're going to be getting a chat to her soon. So don't you worry about that. We're part of the crew. Make sure we give you guys all the news. You'll be hearing straight from Ellie. In fact, looks like she's making her way over here now. Great shot there with Sam and Kylie in the same side by side on their treadmills. Mother and daughter. Look at her, Sam smiling. He loves it. Future star in the making here.
Over to your screen.
Here we are. We're coming in with Ellie Boggs. Wow, Ellie, come on over. Come on
Take
over.
a seat.
Well done.
I'm all wet. Oh.
Can you get in the screen there?
There we go.
There I am.
Smile at that
That camera. Hello. Hi.
Ellie, how was that? That was exciting.
That was be good if you'd trained for it at that intensity. Because from the get-go, my legs are jelly, and I felt like my heart was coming out my throat. But
well,
the bike was the worst, which is why I'm in degrade. I'm not biking that well.
That's not degrading.
I was puking the whole way, and then I managed to just sort of hold it in on the treadmill because I thought that would be really embarrassing. So.
Well, from our perspective in the commentary box here, it looked like you put together a really, really nice steady event. Your swim, as we expected, was strong. You didn't look like you put yourself in too deep there.
No.
You just kept a nice, smooth stroke, nice steady kick. On the bike, we could see you went out. You started out pretty hard. You had a bit of gas going in there,
Bit
but
of excitement.
yeah. But then we could see that you settled in. You had a good lead, and you obviously knew that you had a little bit of room to work. But Michelle was coming hard.
Oh yeah, well I knew she would be because I don't run too quick, so I don't bike too quick at the moment either. So I was just hanging on for grim death, and I have to say I was upping the speed on the treadmill all the way through because she got on, I think, at 300 metres. I was 300 metres in.
Oh yeah.
So I figured that I sort of had it. I thought she's got to run 3.5 minute Ks to catch me, and she could. So
were you guys talking to each other during the race? were you staring at us saying, "Come at me"?
No, my name's not Alistair Brownlee. Ellie Boggs.
Ellie Boggs, yeah. Ellie B.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You have won
The
Big
first.
Women, and the first
The
first community e-triathlon in the world.
Getting
Yeah.
a lovely
How
gold
exciting is
medal.
that? Yeah.
Oh, a non-pro. So it was the first community one.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't
Well,
know
we're
that.
claiming it, and we believe so, and I'm calling
cool.
anybody else to correct me there, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think I've seen this happen outside of Super League, which is obviously an elite event,
Yeah.
but you might be getting the call-up.
And thanks to triathlon in New Zealand, this is a huge undertaking and a huge risk, and because it all could go belly up really badly. So huge kudos to them, and I think everyone should express their gratitude that they're putting these events on, because it is pretty awesome. And I just feel privileged to actually be here, because the girls I was racing against on those races, they were fast.
Pretty exciting, eh?
Yeah. Well done, girls.
Yeah, well done. And we just seen Kylie has just finished, and Sam
good.
can't be too far to go now. So,
Oh, bless her.
so that's great to see, isn't it?
Awesome. Okay.
Oh, well done,
Thank
Ellie.
you. Thanks, Rob. Good to see you.
Good work.
See you around.
Thanks, Anna.
Wave to your fans.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Now you can go in and get
Now
your
there's a
recovery.
big puddle of water there.
That's right.
Oh, good. Well, don't tell.
It's only pool water. It's not sweet.
Okay.
Well done, guys.
Cheers, Ellie. All right, so it looks like Kylie's just finished, take third place, and Sam isn't too far behind her. So, what a fantastic first up event. What can we say? It went beautifully. It was a good close race at the finish there between Michelle and Ellie, and that's what we want to see. And I think that's going to set us up for what is going to be an amazing day. We've got some incredibly strong athletes coming up as we go through this day. So we're just seeing Sam on camera here, still running along, still keeping the same pace, 10k an hour. She's not mucking around, and she's got 30 meters to go. I'm going to see if we can actually get her in the comm box shortly. I reckon she'd have a few fans out there. So let's just see how we go. Coming to the finish. Got the crowd around her. There she is. That's fantastic. Well done, Sam.
So, just get a little thing coming here. Oh, no.
So we've got that's great. Well done. So here we are. Cat C men is our next race, and that starts at 10:45. So we've got 15 minutes to go. So the process at the moment is to switch the bikes over. Put the back Cat C men bikes on the trainers, and they can get themselves ready for their race. They'll go through their briefing and they'll get into it. So this race, we have got what a lineup. We've got Hayden Scorange. So Hayden Scorange and Christoph Pennell have both come up from Dunedin. Fantastic to see that people are travelling from around the country to come to this race. They understand how great this is and that they want to be part of it. So Hayden Scorange and actually Christoph Pennell are both on borrowed bicycles. So they've been loaned. They've been loaned bicycles. Sorry, we're just dealing with something in the commentary box here. So, Hayden and Christoph have been loaned bikes from the crew here, and then we've got Christian Reed, Mark Hudson, and Cameron White on this lineup. So we've got 5 men in this race here. We'll go into a little bit more about them at the moment, but we have a very special guest in the commentary box with me. Come around the other side. Come around here.
Hi.
Say hello to the crowd.
Hi, everyone.
So, Sam, how was that?
Good.
It was amazing.
It was my second triathlon, but it was my longest.
Second triathlon. Come in a little bit. People want to be able to see you. That's better. Yeah. So, tell us about it.
Uh,
How did the swim go? How do you feel?
it was a tiny bit tiring at the beginning.
Yeah.
But I just thought about Coach Tony, which is in this locket
Coach Tony,
right
yeah, we love.
That's the only thing that
Yeah.
keeps me going.
Coach Tony is with us all, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, I saw you. When you were getting ready for this race, you were so focused, and you had in your mind
Coach
that you were,
Tony.
yeah,
And getting second medal or first place.
yeah, and so you're an under 19 athlete. Well, actually, you're a long way under 19, but you're actually categorised in the under 19s. How old actually are you?
I'm 9, so 10 more years, and I would be
I reckon we're going to see you in the professional ranks in the format of racing one day soon, aren't we?
maybe.
Is that what you like to do?
Yeah, and also become a singer and dancer.
A singer and a dancer. You can do all three.
A pop star.
Yeah. Wow. I'll have to buy one of your records when they get released. So, the bicycle, did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
Good fun. Have you done that course before?
Yes, I have. That used to be my favorite, but now it's not. It's dead to me.
Oh, you had enough of it.
Yep, I had enough of it.
No, I saw you had quite a good bike choice. Was that your choice? The bike that you had in the game, you had the Canyon with some nice wheels on it. Was that something that your mum and dad told you to set up so you knew? Or have you done your homework on Zwift and how to make it work?
Last time on the race, I had that bike, and my mom and dad told me that was a really, really good bike for like hills and stuff.
Yeah.
So I decided to keep it on that one.
I think you made a good choice there. I think you've done some good work. And how was the running on the treadmill? Was that the first time you've been on a treadmill?
No, we have a treadmill at home.
Okay. Is that why you look so comfortable?
Yeah.
You look like you could have done that for a long time. And how does it feel to be part of the first triathlon of this type in the world?
A bit exciting.
Pretty cool, eh?
And my dad might be at home watching this right now, and if someone was watching him, everyone would probably think he's a madman screaming, "Go Kelly! Go Sam!"
I think you'll be saying that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to when this becomes a sport in the Olympics, and you can say that you took part in the first triathlon of its kind. So well done, Sam. Put your feet up, get some recovery fluid into you, and enjoy the rest of the day. You going to hang around and watch some of the other races?
No, we gotta go home to my dad.
Oh, you got to go sort your dad out. Oh well done to you. Well done to your mum.
Bye everyone.
Well done, mum. Got a running race tomorrow. Well, there you go. Never ends. Never ends, does it?
My bestie.
Okay, so Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting ready for the Cat C men to start. So, had to push things back a few minutes. Just we had a few technical difficulties with pairing power meters to the various Swift accounts on the iPads, but hopefully it's all sorted out now. It's one of those things that we get with this sort of event being such a new unknown, is that obviously there are going to be some technical difficulties along the way, and I think we've managed to solve it. So it took us a few minutes to sort it out, but I think we're okay now. So as you can see, the athletes are just going through the briefing. Five men in this race, as mentioned earlier. We've got Hayden Scorange and Christophe Penel, who have both come up from Dunedin. We've got Mark Hudson, who's come up from Palmerston North. Christian Reid, and I'm not sure where Christian's from, and Cameron White. So just going through the final discussions. Bit of handshaking. Good to see. The mates are mates on the side of the track, but when it comes down to the race, it's going to be all on. Don't know what was being said there, but maybe a little bit of sledging going on. That's all good. Nothing wrong with that. So as I said in the previous race, deep water start. Everybody's nice little bomb there. Good points on that one. Did pretty well actually. Wouldn't mind getting some feedback from the audience there as to what they reckon that one scored, but for a triathlete, that's not a bad bomb. He probably didn't have a Coke bottle or anything with him to really get maximum extension out of it, but it was a good start. So everybody's in the water. Just a couple of minutes delayed, unfortunately, but looks like we're okay. These guys look pumped. Can't see me, and these are some serious athletes. A couple of Ironman caps in there. Obviously some very experienced athletes. Just in the starters' hands. We saw some exciting racing in the women's race, and I think it's going to get even more exciting as this day goes on. Obviously, these 5 athletes have all been selected based off the series that was run by Triathlon New Zealand over the last 6 weeks. So they know each other very well. And we're off. Straight out there. Looks like a nice start there for Hayden Scorange in the near lane. Looks like he's got a bit of a swim background on him. He's got a nice even stroke. Been marked by his mate Christophe Penel quite nicely. They may train together. They may know each other quite well. And also over in the far lane, it looks like Cameron White is going to hit the turn first. Very, very close between the first 4 athletes. We're really, really close actually. This is fantastic to see. But Cameron's got a nice little lead here. Coming out of the foot traffic stables. Good to see. But the next second and third is very close, and Hayden Scorange had a good start. Looks like he's just faded back a little bit to 4th, and Mark Hudson's not far behind. So we're just coming to the end of the 100 metres. But Cameron White is really taken along here. He's into a nice rhythm. And that looks like Christian Reid maybe moving into 2nd, Christophe Penel in 3rd, closely followed by Hayden Scorange. Here's the turn, halfway through the swim. Really close racing. This is going to be fantastic when we get on the bike. See how close this race is, and how the draft effect is going to come in. Looks like Hayden Scorange is coming back a little bit on that field there. So he's he's paced himself quite nicely. He's moving up on Christophe Penel's hip. But meanwhile, Cameron White's streaking ahead nicely here. One more turn to go. Christian Reid for the second. Christophe Penel. Hayden Scoran just turned. Mark Hudson's not far behind. You can see a very, very nice style here from very nice style from Cameron White. He's clearly got some swimming in his pedigree there. Good, consistent turnover. Heaps of rotation, nice elbow, high arm recovery. And he's hit the wall. Look at that. Straight out. He's not mucking around. He's not waiting for anybody. He wants to be on this bike early and he wants to be on the road before anybody else gets there. There's a crowd getting behind him. Good to see. He's at his bike. And next person just out of the water. That looks like it is Christian Reid. Very close racing here. Cap goes on from Cam White. Running cap, cycling cap, / running cap, trucker cap. And there we are. Cameron's into his rhythm. Straight away. He's gone for a TT bike. Now this is an interesting move. He's maybe he's expecting to be on his own through this ride, and he's gone for the time trial bike. The others may be on road bikes, but obviously with Cameron being on a time trial bike, he's not going to get any draft effect. So he is on a faster bike, but if he gets caught by the riders or if he's riding in a group, he's not going to get any effect. And we can see in the background there, Christian Reid is not far behind him. Mark Hudson's out of the water. Nice riding from Cameron here. There we can see them pedaling away hard. Cameron's really putting in big efforts here. He's out of the saddle. Great aero position. Riding along over 4 watts kilo. He's really putting out some big numbers. He knows that this is a short ride. It's only 5.1 kilometres and it's pretty flat, mostly flat. We might have had a couple of dropouts on our screen there, but we're not sure what's going on there, but we'll figure something out. You can still see them on screen. Mark Hudson, focused. Christian Reid's out of the saddle. He's really working hard here. Mark Hudson's got a nice pedalling action. And Hayden Scorange on a borrowed bike. The great thing about this racing is commentator can get right in on them, right in the action. He's loving it. Not able to give you game updates, game feeds at the moment. Unfortunately, looks like we've had some difficulties with our Zwift feeds. But the good thing is you can still see that on the screen. There they are. They're racing. 314 watts. He is not mucking around. And it'll be interesting to see who gets off the bike first, because we know they all went onto the bike together very, very closely. Christian's just diving for the gears there. He's just shifted up. Might be on a little rise. Mike Hudson's focused. Clearly a experienced athlete. He's got a nice bike set up and it matches his outfit, which is very, very important. We'll be coming towards the end of the bike here. Remember, Cameron was first on the bike, so let's see if he's maintained his lead. He was on a time trial bike in game. Looks like he's still there on his own. Still got the lead. Riding through the volcano there. These guys are all very, very strong athletes. Pushing some big gears, pushing some high power. Commentator Margot's really getting into these guys, making sure they're giving it everything. Coming towards the end of the bike. Hayden's focused. Great pedaling action. Christoph's looking strong. See who comes off these bikes first. He's got the trucker cap backwards. He means business. We're not able to bring you the Zwift feed for this at the moment. We've just, like before, we just had some issues with the streaming coming through. But rest assured, these guys are racing. They're in the race together. We're just not able to bring you that footage right now, but at least we got the footage of them on the bikes. And as we can see, someone's getting ready to take their shoes off. He's undone his shoe. He's undone the Velcro. Coming to the end of the bike ride. That's Christian Reed, and he's off. And he's put the cap on. And Cameron White's off at the same time. So remember, Cameron went on the bike in the lead. Christian has caught up to him. Very, very close. Here we are. We're on the treadmills. Bring it up to speed. Activating the Zwift. And we're running. As you can see on screen here, Christian's going at just under 4 minute Ks. He's winding it up, really getting into his rhythm. He's getting close to 330s. He wants to give it all. He's going to give it everything. Great action, great running style. Got about 12 seconds on Cameron. Cameron's got to get his speed up a little bit if he wants to catch up to him. But Christian's clearly got a great running background on him. Mark Hudson's off the bike. Who's going on? Christian's dropped that pace even faster. Now Cameron White's getting into his rhythm. Getting down to 4-minute Ks. I'd say that Christian Reed's going to run away with this one. I don't think anyone's going to catch him. Cameron's in his pace, sitting at 4-minute Ks. Mark Hudson's on the run. Just building his speed up. All these guys running, they are working. Mark Hudson's diving for that trigger. He's getting that treadmill up to speed. Christian Reed has lapped Mark Hudson, so he is really moving. Look at that gap, he's just gone by him. Remember, he's a lap up on him. Over halfway through that run now, he's nearly come to the end of the race. No one's going to catch him. Cameron's 30 seconds down, but he's not going to catch him, unfortunately. He's not running fast enough. Christian's going to run away with this. Amazing effort. Cameron's going for more speed there. He's calling it on. He's calling on himself. What can he do? Obviously, Mark Hudson's running pretty quick, so he knows that he's in that zone that he could potentially get caught. Cameron's got 500 meters to go, and Mark Hudson's running hard at him. Christian's coming to the end of his run. A couple hundred meters to go. He's not going to get caught. And Hayden Scorange is on the run. Just being passed by Mark Hudson there. Christian's got some great running on him. Here he is coming to the finish. 100 meters to go, strong finish. Still very, very close to 3-minute Ks. And he's finished. Great effort from Christian there. Great effort to take out the Cat C men. Cameron White's coming through. Cameron White's finishing strong. Hayden Scorange is running well. That was Mark Hudson. They're still putting some decent paces in here. You can see Christian's still running. He's just warming down. He feels like he's just got started. It's a bit of a flex, isn't it? When you finish your race, you just keep on running. That's the way you do it. Cameron's coming to the end of his run. And he's done. So Cameron comes second place. Big finish from Mark Hudson and Hayden Scorange here. How's this going to end up? Mark Hudson's really running strong. He's dropping that pace. He's getting down to 340s. So is Hayden. Hayden's seen this. Hayden has seen that there is some speed going in here. But Mark's definitely got the pace on him. And looks like he's done. Great effort from Mark to come third there. Hayden Scorange, not far to go now. 400 metres. Hayden coming through to the end of his run. Nice looking track to run on. Come on, Hayden. 4-minute Ks. He's ticking along nicely. Going a little bit faster again. Getting that speed up. 300 metres to go. He's calling on the crowd. Bringing him on. Bring him home. Almost 100 metres to go. Pick the pace up again. Big sprint finish. He is flying along. Only a few more metres to go. And he's done. Great finish there. Great finish for Hayden Scorange. Christoph Bernal still out on the course, but we haven't got comms on him. We haven't got view on him, unfortunately. He's just... and here he is. There he is now. So Christoph had some trouble hearing his bike trainer. So what we've done is we've allowed him to continue once it was paired, and so the accumulation of his swim, bike and run time will be taken into account with the others. So there's a lot on this for Christoph to finish strong. He's still in the race, even though he's on his own. Half K to go. One metres to go for Christoph. Almost finished. Almost there for Christoph. Getting plenty of encouragement from the crowd. Margot's in his ear. He's not letting in. There's his mate Hayden, his training mate. Both these guys have travelled up from Dunedin together. Here we are. Race winner. In our commentary box with us. We'll take him in for an interview very shortly. We'll just check for Christoph to finish. Metres to go. Less than 100 metres to go. Almost there. And he's done. Great effort. Come on over. Christian. How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate.
Come in. Here's your camera. How was that?
Yeah, lung burner. It was good fun, though.
It's hard.
Lots of fun, yeah.
Come in a little bit.
I'll just get my knee out of the way here.
There you go. So, tell us about that race.
Yeah, I sort of in the swim, I just sort of tried to hold on as best I could. I'm not the strongest swimmer, and got out of the water in second and managed to get on the bike relatively fresh, and then the legs were on fire by about K2. And I managed to just get on the back of I think maybe Cameron, who was
Cameron,
leading, at the time, and then I knew my run's pretty strong, so I just tried to stay with him as best as possible, and then pull away on the run. It was
fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome event.
So you're where are you from?
From Auckland.
Yeah.
So I took the eTRI triathlon last year, and I'm back being coached by the fitter guys this year. So
is this your local pool?
It was up until about 3 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I moved back out East Auckland.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we didn't have visuals of your bike race, so I couldn't see what was going on there. But what bike were you riding on?
I had the Zwift concept bike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So interesting thing was Cameron went for the option of a time trial bike, and which would have meant that he wouldn't have had the draft effect. PT bikes don't have draft effect.
Right.
Zwift. So I don't know whether that was a tactical thing from him, thinking, I'm going to get a lead, get on a faster bike, and then pin it.
Yeah.
Or if with you being on a concept bike, when you caught up to him, you were able to draft to get the benefit of it. So clearly it worked in your favour because you came off the bike, or you caught him, you got ahead of him, got onto that run, and you were smoking that run. You were getting close to 3 minute Ks towards the end there. You were clearly running. You're clearly running in a hurry.
Yeah, I didn't want anyone to catch me. I was kind of trying to pace myself by other people's running cadence, looking across at their feet, and I was just too distracted. I just kept upping the pace button.
Yeah, we could see that.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
I loved it. It was an awesome event. Yeah, really cool.
So it's pretty awesome because this is the first time this has been done, as we know, as a community event outside of the elite level races. So to be able to have this and to be able to do it, and there's a few technical issues, but we're getting there, and it's so cool to be able to see it happen and see you guys race and have this live on TV or live on SkyNext and Facebook. But hopefully we're going to have more of this in the future, and hopefully as a defending champion, we'll have you back there for more.
Absolutely, I'll be keen as to come back. I really love the Zwift racing over winter as well. It's been awesome.
It's been good, hasn't it?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Well, good luck. Go and have a cool down. Have something nice to eat and drink, and then hang around, watch the rest of the racing for the rest of the day.
Okay, thanks guys.
Well done.
Yes.
See you, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So, Okay, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live streaming of the eTriathlon event, brought to you by Triathlon New Zealand and Phoenix Cycle Distributors. So here we are, coming up, our next event will be the Cat C Women. And I've just been talking to a lot of the Cat C Women, and there's some competition going on here. There's some exciting racing coming up ahead. So what we're finding, here we go. Sorry, I just had someone infiltrate my commentary box. Get out. There he goes. So, who we have in this race? We have got some competitors actually come up from Tauranga, which is fantastic. Triathlon Tauranga, and they train together and they race together a lot. Angie Wall and Rebecca Spears. We also have Hannah Martin, who's come up from Taupo. Hannah won the overall C category women's race series on the Zwift Triathlon series. And then we also have Tanya Lavington, who is from Wellington. So it's a real travel focused field, this one. A lot of people have come from out of town. We're looking forward to seeing how this race unfolds. It's going to be an interesting one because obviously Hannah was the strongest in the bike portion through the qualifying races, but she hasn't done a triathlon since 2008. So that was a long time ago, and she was much younger than she is now, and so she's obviously more experienced in terms of running and cycling, but she hasn't done a triathlon since 2008. So we're really going to see what goes on here. Angie Wall, she's a very experienced competitor. She's raced for a long time in triathlon and Ironman, so she's going to be fantastic. Tanya Lavington, she's also raced for a long time in triathlon. She's gone to Kona for Ironman. She's raced at multiple World Distance Championship events. And as mentioned, Rebecca Spears, she trains with Angie and she knows her very well. So those two are going to have some tight racing. One other person forgot to mention, Laura Paranihi. And Laura, she is going to be very competitive as well because she was racing really well through the qualifying series. So we've got 2 minutes to go. And I've just had word that they're all really nervous. So let's see how this goes. So they're having their briefing at the moment. Just going through the process of getting onto the bikes and then transitioning to the run. 2 minutes to go. So as mentioned before in the previous races, this is 4 laps of 50-meter pool. Deep water start, hands on the wall. And it makes a big difference because good swimmers will know to streamline off the wall, get into a good, strong position before they take their first strokes. And less competent swimmers will sort of push off and they might not be deep enough to get that really effective streamline. So with these athletes, they're all very, very experienced triathletes, and they all know that the small differences like that can have a huge effect. There's Tanya Lavington there from Wellington. And that is Hannah Martin, rocking the foot traffic cap. Great to see. Less than a minute to go. She drove up from Taupo this morning with Britt Litton, who's racing in the BCAT women's race. So bit of a travelling roadshow, those two. In the starter's hands now. Hannah's in lane 2. Tanya is in lane 3. I'm not sure who's in lane... Oh, Angie's in lane 4. 5, I think that's Rebecca. So lane 1 will be Laura. Anytime now. And we're off. great start here. Looks like Rebecca's out to a nice little lead already, straight into it. She's got a really high arm turnover. Let's see if she can hold that. It's a good effective start. Hannah's coming through strong. Hannah's very tall. She's like Ali Boggs. She's got very long body, slower stroke, but very, very powerful stroke. She's been matched there by Laura. So a little bit of a 1-2 going on there. Looks like they've cleared away from the field quite nicely. Just turned at the 50. Looks like it was Hannah over Laura with Rebecca in third from Angie and then Tanya. Still very, very close. But Hannah's just opening up a little bit of a lead there. You can hear the crowd support going on. About to turn at the 100. Hannah's got a great pace going on here, but as I spoke to her earlier, it's all about the 200 metres. Is all about your pace. If you go out too fast and you run out of energy with 100 to go, you can really lose a lot of time, and you can find that last 50 metres really tough. And you can see Hannah's stroke here has slowed down quite a bit. Laura's still got a very high arm turnover, and effective. Laura's probably got better momentum through the water, but I just think Hannah has that more catch on the water. She pulls more water with her arms. She's a very, very long, very strong swimmer by the looks of it. Actually, she looks like she's got back into her rhythm again, so she's actually stretched away from Laura a little bit in the final 20 metres of this third 50. And she's turning. She's got about probably 10 metres on Laura. And then Rebecca's in third. Then chased closely by Angie. And then Tanya's not far behind them. So on the bike, this is going to be a fantastic race because these five are very, very close together. Hannah's got that nice lead. That's going to be comfortable for her because she knows that once she gets out of the water, she can have a quick glance across and see where the others are placed and get to her bike very quickly. As I said earlier, this is her first triathlon since 2008. This is quite a different triathlon than which we would have done in 2008, I can imagine. I don't think there was Swift back then. There was barely even a pound meter back in 2008. But here we go. Hannah's getting up out of the water. Really strong, really, really quick. Goggles off straight away. Running to her bike. Pretty happy with that. Seems quite excited. Got to her bike. Shoes on. Probably could have put her shoes on the pedals before the race. So all she had to do was jump on and have her shoes already there. But as you can see, Laura's doing the same thing. So there's no major disadvantage to your speed. And Rebecca Spears is out of the water, straight on her bike. Rebecca's got her shoes already on there. She's very, very quick to it. She knows exactly what to do. She's not mucking around. Angie's not far behind her. Looks like Angie's got her shoes on the bike as well. So those two competitors are very, very experienced, as we've said before. And here we are on the bike, watching Hannah. Got a lead on. Got about 10 seconds on Laura, so can she maintain it? Laura is coming at her with some strong power. She's over at 6 watts a kilo. She is really pushing it. She's going to close that gap to Hannah, which could be a bit of help to Hannah to have someone else to ride with, but looks like Laura's power has just dropped away a little bit, so she's just settling into her rhythm now. And Tanya's just got to her bike, so everyone's out on their bikes now, very quickly done. And we were looking at Rebecca here. Rebecca's riding at some very strong power as well, so this is a very close race. They're all pretty much, the first four are within 20 seconds of each other, so they'll be able to see each other on the road, and they'll be able to look to the sides and see each other in real life, and they'll be able to see exactly what's going through their face. But Hannah's still got that nice lead over Laura. Rebecca is only 6 seconds down on Laura, so it's getting very, very close, but there's 16 seconds between the first three of them. Angie's not far behind. She's 25 seconds down on Hannah, so Angie's actually putting out some solid power, so she's actually coming at them very strong. She is smashing along. What has she done to her hair? She's got an afro. That's amazing. Oh, good work. Good work on the hair, Angie. Back to the racing. 26 seconds behind Hannah. So first four, very, very close. Tanya is not far behind at all. She's still a minute within the lead. But yeah, it looks like Hannah's just gone over the 1.5k mark. So she's now into a rhythm. She'll be feeling the strain. Here's Tanya. Tanya's done a lot of Zwift racing, and she's gone for the nice combination of an aero frame and some 808 Zip 808 wheels, which is a great combination for this course. You can see Hannah here on the bike. She's really focused, really pushing the power. She's got that lead. She wants to hold it, but she knows that Laura's coming at her strong. Those two are side by side on the bikes, on their trainers, and they'll be able to see and hear each other breathing, how hard they're going. Are they going to be saying anything to each other? Probably not, but all you need to do is glance across at someone, stare at their eyes, and that tells you enough. So 15-second lead for Hannah. She's probably opened up a little bit on the lead she had on Laura. Here's Tanya Levington. She's just over a minute behind Hannah. This is the Sea Cat women. So these are very, very competitive Zwift races. Hannah's gone for a combination of a fairly lightweight frame, but aero wheels. So that's going to be great when she gets this little section she's coming up to now, which is a small hairpin into a climb. That's probably going to be an advantage to her, and we'll see if she actually pulls away from Laura through that section. Rebecca's really driving it strong as well. She's not far behind Laura, actually. Rebecca looks like the strongest rider in the group. She's still holding over 4 watts kilo consistently. Should be able to see Laura just in front of her. It's only 4 seconds, so I think Rebecca is going to catch Laura. She only got 7 seconds ahead of Angie. So let's just see what happens here. There she is. Rebecca can see her. Now that's a massive advantage to know that you can see the rider in front of you and you are going to catch them. And Laura will notice this. Laura will know that Rebecca's coming strong at her. 3 seconds. We'll see this pass happen. Rebecca's out of the saddle. She is driving it hard. She is very, very strong. Going to catch her on this slight climb. So what Rebecca needs to do here is really accelerate as she gets up to her on this hill and then push past her. She's pushing a massive gear. Her cadence is 65 RPM. She's absolutely drilling it. And we're going to see this pass now. So remember, Laura started out really strong, but she has faded a little bit as this ride's progressed. Rebecca's on her. She's getting a little bit of a draft, but I think she's probably going to push past her. Just sitting there. This is great racing. Meanwhile, Hannah has opened up to almost 30 seconds ahead. 30-second lead, and here's Rebecca just going past. Here's Hannah on her own. She's got a clear lead. She's into a great rhythm. Just looking at them, you can see, Hannah's got a nice fluid pedaling action. Tanya's probably a little overgeared. She's sort of fighting the bike a little bit. Hannah is just pedaling along so smoothly. She's a very, very strong cyclist. Out of the Foot Traffic Stables. Going up to 30-second lead. It's a big lead. Big lead when it's only a 1 kilometre run. It's going to take a lot to bring that down. 1k to go on the bike. Laura's keeping up with Rebecca though. If we can see, they're both at 29 seconds down. So we've got a bit of a race on between these two. They're working really, really well together. Laura's done a great job to match Rebecca in this effort. Angie's only 9 seconds down. Angie can actually get across there. She's got a K to go. I'd love to see Angie catch up to these two and for the three of them to start the run together. I know Angie's a great runner, so probably on the treadmill Angie will be up on her. 500 metres to go for Hannah. Look at Angie really driving it. Angie knows that only 8 seconds now. She can catch them. She has to keep pushing. Her and Rebecca train together. I bet they've said a few things to each other in the last few weeks leading into this race. 300 metres to go for Hannah. We'll see her coming off the bike very soon. So Hannah, 100 metres to go. She's focused. There we go. Shoes coming off. Into the bike. Straight to the treadmill. Running shoes going on. Rebecca and Laura have a little bit to go. Angie's still 8 seconds down. Angie can still, knowing that Angie's a strong runner, she can still catch up to those two. This race for second is going to be very, very tight. Hannah's getting her treadmill started. Here's Laura. Shoes are on. Hannah's up and running. Rebecca's very closely behind as well. They're both getting there at the same time. Here's Angie coming onto the treadmill now. Angie already has her running shoes on, so Angie rode with her running shoes on the bike. That's going to be great for the transition. But as we can see, Hannah's still got a nice little lead, 24-second lead over Laura. Rebecca's not far behind her. Those two are running well together. Laura's running fast. Laura is coming strong at Hannah. This is going to be a very close finish. They all can see each other. They're all very, very close. Angie's only 6 seconds behind Rebecca. Mates off the course. Absolute competitors on the course. Just looking at them running, they are both just pounding away on the treadmill. This is what we want to see. We want to see this tight racing. "18 seconds from Hannah over Laura. 7 seconds from Rebecca to Angie. Rebecca's running a very, 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 just ever so slightly faster than Angie. Angie's got to pick that pace up if she wants to catch Rebecca. Laura's running a little bit quicker than Hannah, but Hannah's got a bit of a lead on her still, so Hannah's probably just watching that, just aware of what Laura's doing, and she's able to react if she needs to. Still got a nice little lead there. Rebecca's 14 seconds down on Laura. "500 metres to go for Hannah. Can she hold it? 16 seconds. So Laura's really pulled back. Laura's cut Hannah's lead in half by halfway. So we're going to come down to a sprint finish here. Laura's consistently faster than Hannah. Angie's only 6 seconds. Angie's 8 seconds down on Rebecca. So, and Laura has Hannah in her sights with 400 metres to go. 1 lap of the track to go. These two athletes are just push themselves so hard. Laura's form on the treadmill is great. Hannah's just begun to fatigue a little bit. You can see she's dropping the shoulders a bit, losing a little bit of balance, a little bit of posture. But Laura is just She's upright. She's strong. Her turnover is very, very effective, very strong, very powerful. She's sped up a little bit. She's now going 3:45s. Hannah's slowed down a little bit. She's still at 4s. This is going to come down to the wire. Could we see a sprint finish here? She is so close. It says 12 seconds, but I wouldn't think that 12 seconds would be 12 seconds by the look of that distance on screen. 100 metres to go. Hannah's going to hold her off. It might end up a couple hundred metres short. And Hannah's finished. Wow. Laura's not far to... And Laura's finished. That is very, very close. And now the race is on between Angie and Rebecca. Rebecca's finished. Wow. Laura has is lying down on the ground. She has spent herself. Rebecca Spears. So Laura Parahini was first. Hannah Martin was first. Laura Parahini second, and Rebecca Spears was third. Angie Walls just finished for fourth. Tanya's not far to go now. Tanya's got 200 metres left. So that Catsy women's race is about a minute between all 5 of them. Just over a minute between all 5 of them. That's fantastic racing. There's great sportsmanship there between Hannah and Laura. They've pushed each other so hard. Laura's in... Laura looks quite worn out. She's done a great effort there. She just ran out of road. Here's Tanya coming to the end of her race. 100 metres to go. And she's done. Great racing there. And it was so close between Rebecca and Angie as well for that third spot. So, that was exciting. We knew that was going to be a tight one. We knew that they were all so nervous going into it. Obviously, they know each other's strengths. They all knew each other really well from the Zwift racing. They knew that it was going to be a close race. And for some of them, for Hannah, this was her first race as first triathlon since 2008. So she had really no idea how that was going to play out. But as you can see, she had a strong swim on her. She maintained her lead on the bike, and she came through on the run. She held off a fast finishing Laura Parahini. Sorry. And great racing from Rebecca Spears, really pushing them, really keeping them honest. Angie Wall was not far behind Rebecca, and Tanya Lavington was not far behind them for fifth. So, that was the sort of racing we want to see. We wanted to see it close and full of action, and it certainly was that. And these athletes really pushed themselves to the limits. So we're going to give it another. Yeah, we're taking a little break for prize giving, and we'll be back very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the eTRI race event live here at AET Millennium, North Shore in Auckland. So for those of you that haven't tuned in yet today, we'll just give you a quick rundown on what this is all about. So this is an amazing event that's been put on by Triathlon New Zealand, in particular Anna Russell and her team. And it's sponsored by Phoenix Cycle Distributors, but we've also had support from Pub Charity, Zwift, skysportnext, and Domestique. So there's a heap been going on behind the scenes with getting this thing set up, and it's been fantastic this morning. We've had some amazing racing, and we've got plenty more to come. So just coming up now, we have the category B men, and this is going to be high octane, full on racing. So the bike course that they do a 200 meter swim, 50 meter pool, 4 laps. The bike course is 5.1 kilometers, and it's on the Volcano Loop. Very, very flat, but there are a couple of small, pinchy little hills. But it's only 5 kilometers, and it's going to be very, very fast. The run is only 1 kilometer, and it's around Mayfield, which is the 400 meter track on Zwift. So it's 2.5 laps. And I promise you that this racing is going to be amazing. It's going to be intense. I've had a chat to the 5 Cat B men that are racing, and there's been plenty of banter going on among the boys, and I'm looking forward to seeing this race unfold. I must admit, I've been feeding some of the banter to them. I've been encouraging some of the sledging that's been going on down, but. So the men that we have racing, Tom Burgess, big Watts rider, big powerful bike rider. He's a great swimmer as well. It's going to be fantastic to see what Tom can do. Dave Goodall, CrossFit specialist, tough Scotsman. He's full of power, super focused. Hamish Robertson, he's big, tall, lean athlete. He's on a amazing, super flash time trial bike on the indoor trainer. Paul Crop, who's been around the sport for a long, long time, and he's a very, very competitive athlete. And Stu Hayway, who's a British guy, qualified for Kona this year. He's just one of those tough, nuggety athletes. He just wants to put the watts out and just keep driving it. So we've got some amazing racing coming up. We've got just on a minute to go. These guys would have been having their briefing, getting a bit of the rundown on how the races are going. And we're just going to be waiting for our streaming camera to come across, which we're not too far from the start now. So all the athletes getting their briefing. As you know, it's a deep water start, hand on the wall, 4 laps. And we can see now that they're in the water. That looks like Stu Hayway. Got the foot traffic cap on. He knows what makes him fast. Next to him, that looks like it might be Tom Burgess. No, I think Tom Burgess is in lane 1. That might be Paul Crop actually. There's Stu just adjusting his cap. Next one over, that looks like Hamish Robertson. That's Dave Goodall. And we're off. Tom Burgess is in lane 1. So we're off to a cracking start with these guys. They are some very, very fast athletes. And in the middle there, Hamish Robertson, known to be a strong swimmer. Straight away, he's into it. Look at that arm turnover. He's just absolutely pacing it. He's really racing hard here. Going to get a good lead going into the 50. Tom Burgess, who's also a very strong swimmer, surf lifesaver, going to be second at the turn. Those two are cleared up very, very quickly. Paul Crop and Dave Goodall are very close together. Stu Hayway's just behind them at the first 50. But Hamish Robertson has got his nice little lead. Probably got a body length on Tom Burgess. They're both quite tall, so it might be 1.5 body lengths for the average person. But he's coming up to the end of the 100 meters. This is lightning fast. These guys are very, very strong swimmers. Both very tall athletes, very, very strong upper body. There's a lot of little bit more swinging going on from Tom there. Maybe he's feeling the effects of the early pace in the first half of that lap. But it looks like Hamish has turned and Tom has turned, and he's coming back down. Hamish is maintaining his good form. He's actually slowed his stroke a little bit. Maybe he's just feeling the effects of that fast start as well, which might help Tom in seeing that he's not really got a gap on him as any larger than it was half a lap ago. It looks like Paul Crop has just pulled ahead of Dave Goodall ever so slightly. Hugh Hayway's just turned. He's probably 20 metres down on Dave and Paul. So we've got some close racing now. It looks like Tom's actually fading in this last 50, and in fact, Paul is going to turn before Tom. Now, Dave and Tom are actually very, very good mates, and if Dave will be wanting to beat Tom out of the water because there was a little bit of discussion going on between them about the swim. Tom was pretty confident about his swimming abilities, and Dave was just quietly going at him, and he's just made the pass. So that's going to give Dave a big confidence boost. But he knows that Tom is a very, very strong cyclist, so it's not going to be game over right now. But Hamish Robertson, as you can see, is just striding away with it to the end of the swim. Coached by Anna Russell, of all people. That's fantastic. And this is why he's such a strong athlete. Now, straight out of the water. And as we can see, Dave Goodall coming second to the wall, ahead of Tom Burgess. I can't wait to hear the post-race discussion about this swim league, because this is not what I would have expected. And Tom was talking about going to the ladder. He's sort of gone to a half wall, half ladder exit. Don't know if he got points for execution on that one. Very close racing here. Hamish Robertson straight on the bike. Dave Goodall's doing the shoes up. Tom Burgess's shoes are already on his bike. He knows how to do that. He's done a lot of triathlon racing in his time. Stu Hayway's out of the water, so all the men are on the bike, very, very close together. Let's have a look at this race. Hamish Robertson straight into it on the Tron bike. Interesting thing here, some of these riders are on Tron bikes, some of them are on TT bikes. You know the draft dynamics that occur with a conventional bike, but when you go to a TT bike, there are no draft dynamics, but the TT bike is faster. So, what are we going to see here? Are we going to see tactics come into play? Are we going to see Dave Goodall coming up strong on Hamish Robertson? He's 1.5 watts a kilo higher already, and he's on a TT bike, and he's going to go straight past. He hasn't gone for a disc, which is maybe he doesn't leveled up high enough to get the disc wheel, but Hamish has to jump on his wheel now to hold him, and he's gone straight on by. Now look at Tom Burgess, 6.5 watts a kilo. Tom is pushing over 400 watts. He'll do this all day if he had to. Dave Goodall was really working hard. Dave knows that he needs a big lead on Tom. He knows that Tom will be pushing the power. Both great races in real life. Looks like Tom's caught Hamish Robertson. Tom is coming after Dave Goodall. Stu Hayway at the back there, only 20 seconds down. Paul Crop, 8 seconds down. This is some very, very close racing. Dave Goodall is going to be riding knowing that Tom Burgess is pulling him down, and they're both on TT bikes. Interesting to see what bike Tom is on. He's on a disc. So he's gone for the even more aerodynamic option, and he's on a Canyon, which is probably the most aerodynamic setup you can get on Zwift. And it just shows, look at that, he's just gone straight past Dave. Now, Dave hasn't got any draft. He can't draft off a Tom Trial bike because he's on a Tom Trial bike as well. So how's that going to affect? 5 seconds up on Hamish Robertson. 12 seconds up on Paul Crop. G. Hayway, 23 seconds back. Stu's pushing the highest power of all of them. At this stage, is that going to make a difference? What bike is Stu on? I'm not sure. If Stu's on a road bike, he's probably not going to pull Tom or Dave back with them being on TT bikes. If Stu is on a TT bike, then he will probably catch up to Paul and Hamish. Paul Crop's only 5 seconds down on Hamish Robertson, so I'd say that he'll be pushing hard to try and pull Hamish back. At least get some draft, at least work together. But at this stage, Tom Burgess, 3 seconds up on Dave Goodall. Almost 2k into it. This is a close race. 26 seconds between all 5. Here's Hamish Robertson He possibly went out a little bit hot. He's sitting just around 4 watts a kilo. 260 watts. That's hard. It's going to be close. Paul Crop's coming at him strong. Paul Crop's sitting over around 4, just 4.5 watts a kilo consistently. He's got him in his sights. That's a big advantage. Little downhill section. One of the few downhill sections on this course. Paul's a very experienced Zwift racer as well. Racing the Alien Innovations kit. They do a lot of racing online. Look at him, focused. Very, very strong, very powerful. 4 seconds from Hamish. Meanwhile, out the front, 22 seconds ahead, Tom Burgess is riding away. But is Tom as good a runner as Dave? We will find that out very soon. Stu Hayway, 4 seconds down on Paul. Stu is riding strong. Stu is really moving up this field. Stu's on a TT bike. That's the difference there again. TT bike versus a road bike, not going to help. We've got some close racing going on here, guys. 30 seconds to the front between all 5. Coming up to this little short uphill section, they can all see each other on the map. That's going to make a difference as well. We see here that Stu's coming around up this climb, over 6 watts a kilo, 7 watts a kilo. He can see 2 riders in front of him. He can see Paul Crop and Hamish Robertson. He knows he's on a TT bike. All he has to do is get back in, hold that rhythm. Meanwhile, 30 seconds ahead, Tom Burgess maybe beginning to pay the price for that hard start at the beginning. He's just dropping down to below 4 watts a kilo at the moment, but look at him breathing hard. He is absolutely working this. He knows that this race is short, all about power. 70 RPM, stomping the big gears. Dave Goodall, super focused. Like a CrossFitter should be, just looking at the numbers. Big tough Scotsman. They don't want to give up. He knows he's got 20-second lead on Hamish Robertson. It's all about hanging on to Tom Burgess. And look at that race behind them. There's 3 of them are together now. Stu Hayway is almost caught Paul Crop, who has almost caught Hamish Robertson. And we can see the faces on the screen. Hamish see his cheeks blowing in and out. He is getting every bit of air he can into his lungs. Stu's past Paul, about to catch up to Hamish, and here comes Stu Hayway. 3 cryogen riders at the front of this race. Paul is doing a good job here hanging on to Stu. He knows that he's getting some draft effect. He knows that Stu won't be getting any draft at all. All these 2 riders, all they have to do is just stick to Stu's wheel and they will get an advantage. Stu has to make sure that he can push higher power than them with enough speed to get overcome that draft and stay away from them. He's on a more aerodynamic setup. 5 seconds between Tom and Dave. So Tom's begun to blow up a little bit. As I said earlier, he may be paying the price for going out too fast. A little bit like he did in the swim. Dave did a little bit more calculated. Knows what he's got. Knows that all he has to do is hold his power, hold his numbers. He's beginning to ride back into Tom, and it was out to about 7 seconds or so. Coming up to the finish of the bike. Here we go. Tom's getting to this treadmill. Dave's off the bike. Who's got the faster run on them? Are we going to see a sprint finish? Tom's on his treadmill. And I believe the fastest runner in this field is probably Stu Hayway. So, is that going to make a difference being 20 odd seconds down? Stu's coming off the bike now. Stu's in 3rd place. Tom and Dave getting their treadmills up to speed. Get that belt moving. Hard work to overcome a static belt. Tom's up and running. Dave's running. Who's got the faster pace on them? They're both running strong. They can see their numbers. Tom's running at 320s. Dave's bringing his speed down as well. Stu Hayway's running. 8 seconds. They can see each other. The only way Dave is going to catch Tom is if he runs faster. Tom's at 3-minute Ks. How long can Tom keep that up for? Big, powerful athlete. This is a power-focused event. Stu Hayway is really running fast. Stu Hayway's got that pace down as well. If Stu can hold his 3-minute Ks, which he's sitting at around about at the moment, he might pull himself up to Dave. Tom Burgess is under 3-minute Ks. Dave Goodall's at 3:20. Stu Hayway's at 3:05. 3 cryogen athletes. They race each other online on Zwift week in, week out. They know how each other go, but they've never run against each other before. Dave and Stu travelled up from New Plymouth today for this event. They would have been discussing tactics in the car, no doubt. Probably listening to some yacht rock on the way. Tom Burgess is pulling away from Dave Goodall. 15 seconds now. 500 metres into it, halfway through this run. Stu Hayway's almost caught up to Dave Goodall. I think we might see them in the finish shoot together. Paul Crop and Hamish Robertson are running strong. Tom Burgess has got a strong lead now. 300 metres to go. He's slowed down a little bit. Dave Goodall's going faster. Is this the moment? Can Dave Goodall finish this run out? 12 seconds. He is really running. Dave Goodall is really running fast now. He knows how to pace this race. He knows that Tom goes out strong and fades towards the end. Dave Goodall might take Tom Burgess on the line. He's got 10 seconds over 200 metres. No point slowing down now, Dave. You can see him in the straight. What have we got? What have we got ourselves into?
100 metres.
Stu Hayway 17 seconds down. He's not going to catch them. This is down to first and second. How can this finish? Dave Goodall, he's digging deep. Tom Burgess is hanging on. Tom Burgess is really slowed down now. 6 seconds.
Oh, it's not.
Tom Burgess, only just. Wow. Dave Goodall's finished. Wow. That is very, very close. 2 good mates. The closest we've seen yet. Stu Hayway, almost finished as well. Finishing strong, 3-minute Ks. Full crop, Hamish Robertson, working hard together for fourth and fifth. We have seen an amazing race here. Just like in the previous race with the women's, it was very, very close the whole way. Tom Burgess is lying on the ground. That's acceptable. You're allowed to do that. Dave Goodall, he's not showing any signs of discomfort. Hamish Robertson's finished. He is absolutely spent as well. He's given everything he's got. He went out fast in the swim. Chased that lead. And Paul Crop's coming to the end. Well done, everybody. We'll bring the race winner in soon. I'd like to have a chat to him. I want to ask a few questions of him and find out what's going through his mind when he does these efforts. And what an exciting race that was. They are good to see. Great sportsmanship. Everybody giving each other the support that they need. And Paul Crop's finished. Can't be mean. We knew it was going to be exciting. It was definitely a race. Definitely a race to lead up to itself. Here we are. Back in the box. So, what a race. That was, like I say, that was a lot closer than I expected it would have been. I knew it was going to be exciting. I did not think that Dave would be less than 3 or 4 seconds behind Tom. So we're going to bring Tom into the commentary box, probably just before the next race, actually, just so we can get a bit of a chat. We'll get the top two in here. I'd like to have a bit of banter between these two, but we will be back at. We're going to see if we can pull them across. They're taking their time. Hurry up, boys. Might have to put a swear filter on this one. Swear jar for the commentary team. It's exciting racing, wasn't it? If for those of you watching from home, you'll certainly see how hard it is for these athletes to race at this intensity. It is just a very, very tough race. We've just given them the warning that they are live, so there is no swearing allowed. Coming in, fellas. How's that?
Fellow P Waka Waka.
Hello, here's your camera. Here's your camera.
Give him a kiss.
Boy. Well done, boys.
I'm off shot now.
Yeah, you're out of shot. Okay, Lewis, you're breathing on me. Oh.
We could be sweating on you. It was horrible.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Absolutely horrible.
Did anybody see Tom using the stairs to get out of the car?
Yeah,
I tried, man. I tried.
We commented on that.
Banned.
Well,
a 5-second penalty.
It probably didn't help him actually because he kind of used the stairs in half a wall.
Yeah, both.
So Tom, tell me about it. You seem to go out very hard.
I went out hard on the swim, turned off lap 2, and just my shoulder wasn't having a bar of it, and just went backwards from there.
Yeah, and
Watch these boys fly past me.
Dave caught you in the swim.
Yeah, he caught me on the swim.
Yeah.
And,
was that expected, Dave?
Not at all.
No.
And then I went to get out the pool, loaded on it, and was like, nah, can't do it. Have to use the stairs, and bear the brunt of Dave's frustrations.
Well, Tom
at the
was
end.
smart on the transitions in terms
Come in a
of,
little bit, Dave. We can't
sorry,
see
you can't hear me. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, so Tom had nailed the transitions and had his feet clipped into the pedals, elastic band on, had tri shoes.
He was a pro.
Yeah, on a short distance like this, every little helps, absolutely.
And so tactically, you caught Tom on the bike?
No,
Tom
he was in
took
front.
me. Yeah, so I overtook him on the swim, and Tom came flying past
Tom
me.
came past on the bike.
He had about
that's
5
right,
or 6 seconds. He did.
Oh no,
did
you
slow
almost
up.
pulled him back. You
I
almost
did
pulled him back.
catch him,
Yeah.
I was playing the mental game.
Yeah,
If I get ahead of Dave, then I thought he might think he's defeated.
So you both went onto the treadmill at the same time and looked like you were sort of marking each other, but Tom, you were off at a rate of knots.
My plan was to dial it up to full speed.
Yep.
Hang on for as long as I can, knowing that no one will be able to catch any ground on me, and dial it back.
What's going through your mind when you make the decision to have to slow down?
I can't. I'm bouncing around so much. I can't see how far behind Dave is. I'm just going to have to wing it.
Yeah.
You couldn't read the screen or anything, to be honest, when you're running. Yeah. You can't make out the distance people are between you and stuff.
You're just looking at the
especially when you're
map.
running, the iPad's bouncing.
For sure. Yeah. Stu, I thought you were going to catch these fellas.
Maybe another 41k.
You were running hard. How did you enjoy that? Bit different to Ironman?
Yeah, a bit different to Ironman. Give me a 3.8k swims in a straight line any day rather than with these 50-metre pulls and turns. So. Yeah. Not a good start, but managed to make it.
You glad you came up for it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Hey,
it was great for Team Cryogen though, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Didn't expect that.
And NS Carbon Frameworks.
Yeah.
Because we also cycle in the same team as Dynamo.
Get all your sponsors in there, yeah.
Exactly.
Well done, Tom. Feel sorry for Hamish though, he's about to go with the Cat A's as well.
Oh yeah,
he's about to jump in for a second race. Yeah. I think we were just the warm-up.
Taking it easy on us. Yeah.
I thought that was a typo, but clearly it's not.
No, he's jumping in now. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to watch these guys go.
Oh, well done, fellas. I was excited by that race, and you didn't let me down. So thanks very much.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Try and we got bike ride first.
Okay, so how about that? That was exciting. Now we're going to come back to the Cat A women very, very soon. I think the race will start in a few minutes. They're setting up the gear at the moment, but we'll put this all on hold very, very shortly. If you've got any feedback, or if you have any questions, or if you wanted to get some tips around this, just put the message on the Facebook pages. put the message on the Facebook page, and we'll see what we can do. We'll hopefully, if you have any questions, we can help you out.
Borrow a bike, Rob, for your next race.
I'm not. I'm in jeans. Can't race in jeans. Shouldn't swim in jeans.
We put the vote out to the audience to see if you want to race. Take Hamish's spot. No
It's
joke.
not. It's not.
I think you should do it.
You can't race in tight black jeans. Anyway, we'll be back later on very soon, team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back in action. Cat B women racing this time. So I don't know if you guys have come down from the excitement of the Cat B men's race, but that was quite something special. That's what we expected in this. It was short, intense. There's a few lead changes. Exactly what we want to see. So we got just over 3.5 minutes until the start of the Cat B women's race. You can see they're in the water. They've had their briefing. We'll take you through the start list for this race very shortly. But I've been around talking to them, getting getting a feel for how they're all anticipating this race to go, and they're pretty cagey about it. So commentators got no idea. We do know who's in this field though. Britt Lytton. If you've raced on Zwift, you'll know who Britt is. Up from Taupo. Prolific Zwift racer. Races Ironman. Races everything. Laura Wood. Races a professional triathlete for a few years. And she's a very, very competitive athlete. Great to see her back racing again. Holly Fletcher, she's actually the event director for today. So not only is she running the event, she's also racing it. And Emily Irvine, I've had a bit of a chat to her. She seems pretty confident. I think she's a bit of a runner. I haven't seen her race before, but I suspect that she's got a decent run leg on her. And Charlotte Brown, she was quietly confident about this race. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. There's some real strength and great endurance athletes, and there's some real speed athletes in this event. So it's going to be a real interesting mix. See what happens here. Come out to 2 minutes to go. They're all in the water. They've had their briefing. As mentioned before, it's a 4-lap, 200-meter swim, 5.1k bike, and a 1 kilometer run. You can see here. Looks like Britt's just having a bit of a chat to swim coach Ali Boggs, just getting some last-minute tips. I thought maybe she was talking to one of the race directors to try and get a rule change on maybe making her lane a bit shorter, making it a 40-meter pool, not a 50. But no, it looks like she's getting some swim tips. So she's talking about her foot. Maybe she's talking about the kick. I know she's got a toenail that's hanging on half, and she's had it taped down. It's just leftover from Ironman syndrome saga. Charlotte Brown in the lane next to her. You can see how these swimmers go. Oh, a minute to go. See who's in the next lane. Holly Fletcher, I think, is in lane 4. Emily Irvine might be in lane 3 there. Lots of stuff coming through socials, giving Brit. Is it support or is it? Yeah, beast mode. Yeah, she'll get on that bike and she will tear it apart. 15 seconds to go. Hands on the wall. It's all about the streamline off that wall. Some great swimmers in this field, so I think we're going to see some real pace. Starter's hands. Heart rates are high. We're off. So Charlotte Brown got a nice little start there. Some big kicks going in as well. There's a decent amount of pace going off there. In the middle, in the lane 3 there, is that Holly Fletcher?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Holly's a former elite swimmer. Great, nice turn there. Close between Holly and lane 5. Trying to think who that might be. Check on the start list there, see what the lanes were given. Britt's not far behind in 5th place there. So it's a pretty close race, pretty tight race. $100-metre turn. So Holly's first to the wall. Emily Irvine turning second. So Holly's really into a nice rhythm here. Got a little lead. Just settles back. She can look across and see Emily 2 lanes over. She knows that she's just pacing it nicely. She's a strong cyclist, so she just has to hold that position and watch what happens from behind. Holly's also a rower. Has been a rower in the past, and we know that rowers take to Zwift racing very, very well. And this is such an advantage to have, the lung capacity and just the general strength and what it takes to be a strong rower. You can see that, and Holly's swimming is obviously very, very good. So Charlotte Brown's in 3rd place there, lane 1. Then Laura Wood is in 4th. Britt's turning at the 150, 50 metres to go. Certainly not far behind. There's still a lot on in this race between these 5 women. Holly's out of the water. Hard work getting out of that pool. Looks like Holly's actually in 2nd here. So no, I apologise. We got that completely wrong. Here comes Laura now.
Laura Wood first.
So Laura was actually first on the bike there. My apologies. That wasn't even commentary. That was just everything was wrong from the start. Here comes Holly now. So what order have we got here on the bike? Let's have a look. Laura Wood, Emily Irvine, Charlotte Brown, Holly Fletcher, and Britt Litton's just coming to the end. Nicely done. Okay. I'm sure that I can think up a commentary excuse for that. Getting it so horribly wrong. But Laura's settling into her work, 6 watts a kilo, 2-second lead on a time trial bike. What's Emily riding on? That's going to be the interesting thing. Is she on a time trial bike? Is she on a road bike? Can she close that gap down quickly? See if we can get eyes on Emily. So Laura's has recently been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, so for her to be doing what she's doing is fantastic. You know, it's not easy, and but I'm sure that just the actual exercise is therapy in itself. Emily's 5 seconds down, so Laura's actually riding away from this field, doing a great job of it. She's still high up in the power, 5.5 watts a kilo. That's 320 watts. That is very, very strong. Charlotte Brown's riding strong as well. Charlotte Brown's going to catch Emily Irvine, under 19 athlete. 300 watts, 70 RPM. She's just grinding away. Look at her power she's just putting through that pedals. She's a very, very strong athlete. She's about to catch Emily. She's got her in her sights. That means a lot when you can see the rider in front of you and you can blast straight past them. There she goes. Holly Fletcher is in 4th, 30 seconds down, and Britt's in 5th, just on a minute down. Still a very, very close race. Can Charlotte catch Laura? Remember, Laura's on a time trial bike, so she's effectively on a faster setup. But Charlotte's consistently pushing higher power. Maybe it's just slowed up a little bit now with the effect that fast start's just hitting her. Emily's only a second down, so I'd say Emily's digging pretty deep to hang on to her. She might just be in her draft. Keep an eye on her. But once that 5 metre gap opens up, it's very, very hard to overcome and close down on someone who's riding stronger than you. Laura's got 10 seconds on Charlotte now, so 11 seconds. So she's opened up a nice little lead there. The advantage of being on a time trial bike. See her working hard. She's on a time trial bike in game and she's on a time trial bike in real life. Here comes Holly Fletcher, 30 seconds down on Emily. I think Britt Lytton might actually catch up to... she's pretty close to Holly. It's only 25 seconds between them. Britt's a very, very strong rider. She's on a time trial bike. Smart move. That might... And she's on a disc. That might play into her cards quite nicely. And Laura's sitting nicely, 13-second lead on Charlotte. So you can see she's not pushing as much power. Her watts per kilo aren't as high, but she's consistently riding at a faster pace. It's the effect of being on that Canyon time trial bike. Charlotte Brown's digging deep though. She's working really hard. She's now put 7 seconds on Emily. So she's done very well to get past her. Push on through. Keeping Laura in sight. Charlotte transitions her into a really good run. That might make all the difference for catching up to Laura. But Laura really wants to stretch this out to about 20 seconds off the bike. Look at her, very, very focused, very, very good form. Extremely comfortable on that bike. Working hard, breathing deep. So Britt might catch up to Holly 17 seconds down, so she's not far behind her, so that's going to be a close race between those two. At this stage, Emily Irvine 10 seconds down on Charlotte, and Charlotte 16 seconds down on Laura Wood. Charlotte's out of the saddle a lot. She's really pushing hard. She's really working the gears. Consistently high power, 5 watts a kilo. Big gear, low cadence. Real powerful bike rider. She's only young, and riding with this strength at this age is going to be a great thing for her as she develops as an athlete. And we might see her become a real force in the years to come. This sort of racing really helps develop those young athletes. Only 10 seconds behind. Only 10 seconds behind Holly Fletcher. So I think we might see a catch here. Laura's got just under a K to go. Britt Lytton is just gone through 3.5K. So there's about a kilometre between first and fifth. 8 seconds to Holly. Britt will see this on her screen. She'll be able to see her in the game. She knows she's catching her. It's a big advantage if you can see that you're catching someone. Six seconds to Holly. Meanwhile, Laura out the front is doing a great job. She's almost at that 20-second mark over Charlotte. 300 metres to go. See Laura come off the bike very soon. She's just maintaining really, really consistent, strong power, 4 watts a kilo the whole time. And Laura's going to be off the bike. Look at that. To the treadmill. Charlotte Brown won't be too far till she's finished. She's put in the last bit of effort, taking the shoes off. So Britt 3 seconds down on Holly. She should catch her by the end of this ride. Charlotte's to the treadmill. Emily Irvine will be off very, very soon. Here we are. Laura Wood on the run. Emily Irvine's on the treadmill. First 3 up and running. Laura's got 17 seconds on Charlotte. She's into her stride really nicely. 3:30 per K. Not far ahead of Charlotte. They're running pretty much the same speed. In fact, Charlotte's probably running a little bit quicker. Really low run stride cadence from Charlotte. She seems like a real, very, very much a strength-focused athlete. Very powerful. You can see her, and she's running faster than her. I think we might see a pass here. Only 10 seconds. Britt and Holly are off the bike together. And looking now, we're going to see Charlotte catch up to Laura very, very soon. We'll see a pass. It'll be the first time we've seen a pass in a race on the run leg today. The lead. Charlotte's in a great rhythm now. She's down to 3-minute Ks. She is really smoking along. Very, very, very well. Very strong. And they're just catching up to Holly and Britt, who are a lap down. Laura knows that she's about to get caught. What can she do to match it? Will she up her speed to the same that Charlotte's doing, or will she just... Is she already at her limit? She has to let her go. Here we are, folks. Charlotte's coming through with the pass. Great pass her. Now, is Laura going to be able to increase her pace? Or she already maxed out? She's trying. Quarter speed up a little bit. Not enough. Charlotte's just gone past very, very smoothly, very well. Looks like Britt Litton has just moved ahead of Holly Fletcher on the run. Britt is really running strong. Britt's about to lap herself back off Laura. Remember, they passed her just before the start of the run, just before Britt started her run, and she's about to pass her back now. That's a great effort from Britt. And while Charlotte's opened up a 4-second lead. Emily Irvine's still fighting well in 3rd place. Britt's just started to slow down a little bit. Early pace at the start. Maybe he's just taking its effect. And Charlotte's just finished. Fantastic effort from Charlotte. That was a great run. Came through at the end to win that. Halfway through the run. Laura Wood, 2nd place. Both those athletes have done so well, so strong. And 3rd place, Emily Irvine, just about to finish. And it's just leaving, Emily Irvine's just finished. And that's leaving Britt Litton and Holly Fletcher out in the course. And Britt, about 200 or 300 metres to go, and Holly's about 500 metres to go. So again, very, very quick racing, very, very, very tight, very close. We're going to get Charlotte in here to the commentary box so we can have a chat to her. I'd love to hear what her thoughts were as she started the run. Find out exactly how that was playing out. If that was part of her tactics, was to sort of let Laura get a bit of a lead, or was she just at her limit and just meant that she was a good enough runner to be able to come through with it. Britt Litton's about to finish, 100 metres to go. Come in. Here's your camera.
Rob.
Come and sit next to me. All right. Here we are, folks. We have Charlotte Brown, winner of the BCAT women's race. Charlotte, how was that?
It was very exhausting.
It was hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, under 19 winner.
And you're under 19, of course. So take us through that. Obviously, you didn't have the lead until halfway through the run. Did you find that once you started the run that you knew that you were going to catch Laura, or were you just...
I didn't think so. I thought she had too big of a lead. But after I was putting seconds into her, I was like, I need to up the speed.
Yeah.
Put it up as much as I could cope with, and then just tried to hang on with it.
Yeah, and you did so well. Congratulations. Did you enjoy the race?
Yeah, it was very fun, but very challenging.
Well, you were definitely putting in some good effort there, so awesome. We look forward to seeing what you can do in the future.
Thank you.
Second place.
Laura, come on over. Here's the camera.
Okay.
How was that?
Tough.
Crash down a little
Really
bit.
tough. Yeah, really tough work.
Yeah.
And yeah, had a good swim. I was happy with that. Got onto the bike with a bit of a gap. Increased that, I think, on the bike.
You did,
and then,
yeah.
Just
You had about 20 seconds off the bike. So you obviously took a tactical decision there and went for the time trial bike?
Yes, yeah. I saw the men's races and saw they were all separated, so I thought I'd go for that one.
It was a smart move.
I think it was good.
Yeah.
And then stuffed up my T2. I couldn't get off my bike and then couldn't get my running shoes on, so lost a bit of time there. And then run. Just that was pretty much.
Yeah, your limit.
Yeah, pretty much.
When Charlotte came up to you, did you feel you could have increased your pace to stick with her, or were you pretty much that was it?
No, I was pretty smoked at that point.
It's a pretty hard race.
Yeah, no, but yeah, well done to her, and it was good fun.
So you've normally done half Ironman 70.3.
Yeah.
So this is quite different.
Yeah, this is a lot shorter. Yeah, I came from an ITU background, but then stuff haven't turned back until today.
Right.
Yeah.
Well done. Well, it's been great seeing you race, and look forward to seeing what you can do in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. And here we are with third place, Emily Irvine. Well done, Emily.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
We had a bit of a chat before the race, and you weren't sure how that was going to play out. Did it go as you thought it would?
Yeah, I always knew I was going to be strongest out of the three in the swim, so it was kind of probably for me just going harder at the start and seeing.
Yeah.
And then kind of trying to hold my own on the bike and the run.
So when, because Charlotte came past you on the bike, didn't she? And
yeah.
It looked like you sort of stuck with her for a little bit. You had her just in your sights, maybe a second behind. But she's clearly a very strong cyclist.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, she just dialed away.
Yeah, no, I'm probably not that strong on the flat either. So, especially the Keith Hill, the last race of the Swiss series, that was probably my biggest string. But still was a very solid effort. But yeah.
You raced really well through that Swiss series, and you obviously enjoyed it because you carried on through the whole season.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so it's going to be great seeing how you go in these sort of events in the future. But congratulations for being third place today.
Thank you, Rob.
And we'll look forward to seeing under 19 as well. Second.
Oh, I'm under 23.
Oh yeah, under 23. Okay, cool. Good luck for whatever's coming up next.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be back in a wee while with the Cat A men's race. And this is going to be exciting. I'm looking at the load of their bikes up now, and very, very serious looking dudes here. We're in for a treat with this race. So check back in. We're going to have a special co-commentator, Hamish Carter, coming in. So looking forward to that because, as you will know, he has all the knowledge about racing triathlons and goes a lot faster than this guy. So we're looking forward to hearing what Hamish has to say. We'll check back soon.
I need to lean forward or no?
Can you give us the camera? Oh, yes, so that's you there.
You're on
Oh, there.
sound.
Oh, that way.
Yeah. All right. Here we are, everybody. Sorry about that. We're just getting ordered here in the commentary box. I'm joined here with the great man, Hamish Carter. Hamish, how are you?
I'm really good, thanks.
You're enjoying what you're seeing here today?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it, and it's kind of cool to see the difference between what it looks like on screen and out at the pool deck.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
There's actually, real athletes going through a hell of a lot of pain and effort, but it's kind of neat how it's all indoors and kind of tracked on devices, so you can actually see the avatars actually racing on a track.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's really exciting.
Quite different to 2004 in Athens when you won the Olympic gold medal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of neat how far the sport has come and different ways in which you can get involved these days. So
yeah, similar level of humidity, perhaps.
It definitely feels like it. I kind of think it's quite good heat preparation for Tokyo. It's going to be a bit like this, but at about 10 degrees.
Of course, yeah.
It's going to be quite tough.
I guess this is kind of like the days when you raced the Grand Prix series in Australia, the Tui series and the St George series, where it was just super short, super intense racing. Obviously, we didn't have Zwift back then, but it was on very tight tracks and short pools and.
Yeah, it was. It was being part of that series really shook the sport up, and I think as athletes, you often went into the Australian summer as part of that series, not that sharp. So the races were very short and almost much harder than Olympic distance because you're just on the red line the whole time, and you hadn't really trained for that sort of racing.
Yeah.
But it was a clue, I guess, as to where the sport was going, and the mixed relay, which we're going to see in Tokyo, this is just another iteration of that.
Very
and
similar.
I think in the future, the athletes in the HP program, this is something that they would be really keen to do because it's pretty relevant to the type of racing that they face on the ITU circuit. Yeah,
we just saw Charlotte Brown there, where she, had a great swim and a great bike, but she came through on that run, and it was such a short run that for her it was a kilometre, and she just went as fast as she could.
Yeah,
and she came through for the win, which is exactly, I guess, what they need to do for mixed relays and for sprint distance races. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens in the years to come. But it's amazing what has been set up here now for today, and the level of racing that we've had. I don't know if you saw some of the early events, but there's some incredibly close racing within seconds. Exactly what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, that's kind of what's exciting about it, and I think you see also through the race, athletes move forward, they move back, and of course that sort of highlights where their strengths and weaknesses are. Like anyone that does a triathlon, you might be a gun swimmer, but you might struggle on the run, and vice versa. So there's always that trade-off between the three disciplines.
Yeah.
And in this type of event, it probably shows up even more. So yeah, for that reason, again, it's probably pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I love the idea of, obviously, you're a super competitive person, and being able to turn to the person next to you that you're racing and just stare straight into their eyes. And whereas if you do that in a normal race on the road, you probably fall off your bike. But here you can just look straight at them and you can send the messages of, you look like you're hurting and I'm not.
Yeah, you might even be able to reach across and just change the speed on the treadmill, but I think they'll spread them out just enough so you can't do that.
I think Anna's thought of that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at this race. So we've got the ACAT women. ACAT men. It's been a long day. ACAT men and the under-19s. So the start list we'll bring up on our screen so we can have a chat about who these people are. And I've had a walk through the transition, and there's some superb-looking athletes here. So we're looking forward to seeing how this race unfolds. We've got young Grayson Westgate. He was really lighting it up on the series through the last 6 weeks. Bobby Cowles, he's a former elite rower, and I actually raced with him on Zwift. He's in my Zwift team, and he's a very, very strong cyclist. He was a little bit nervous about a swim in the run, but I think we'll see him come through well. Hamish Robertson, he's just raced the BCAT race, so he's backing himself up. Josiah Nay, he was very, very exciting through the Zwift series as well, online series, and Liam Bird, who's a last-minute ring-in, who we just convinced to race about an hour ago. So he's actually a very, very good racer, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. But we're in the water now. We're in the starter's hands by the look of it. We're within a couple of seconds from the start. And we'll come down to our live camera. Looks like they're just warming up. 200 metres. What do you suggest they do for this sort of race? Is it more about pacing, or is it one about going as hard as you can?
I think for 200 metres, you really need to swim that first 150 with a fair bit of relaxation. So I think keeping yourself smooth and relaxed through that, you really probably push that last 50 and then bring that speed onto the bike. You definitely don't want to get out of the swim completely hammered. I think in an event like this, I would kind of try and build my speed and effort through the event, even though it's very, very short. There'll be you get a bit too enthusiastic and you hit the first 100 of the swim. If you blow up at that point, you're going to be constantly trying to catch up. So, I think managing your energy over that first over the first couple of minutes is probably pretty important. Yeah, we saw a lot of races earlier this morning where people went up very hard in the swim and they did suffer a lot towards the end, and you can see their technique drop straight away. The speed drops, and that's quite costly, obviously, for the overall performance. Looks like we're on the wall now. We're about to get started. I haven't quite seen which lane each athlete's in, but we'll figure it out as we go. I did a terrible job in the last.
Hamish Robertson won.
Okay, Hamish Robertson won, Grayson Westgate second lane, Bobby Cowles in third, Josiah Nay in fourth, and Liam Bird in lane 5. And they're just doing a couple of stretches off the wall. Just looks like to start. How long we got to start? Could only be 1 minute by the looks of it. Might be a slight delay. They're pretty nervous for these guys, I could imagine. That's Hamish Robertson there. He's already done a race today, so.
He'll be warmed up.
Yeah, be warmed up. Yeah. It's obviously we're not doing dive starts. For these athletes, a dive start would be quite simple, but we decided to keep it to a deep water start just for all grades as a bit fairer. But obviously the streamline off the wall is really important. Like you say, getting into a strong rhythm, but not so flat out that you start tiring over the last part of the 50. With 200 metres, what do you expect these guys to swim this in? Be down around that 2:30?
No, I'd say 2:10 to 2:15. Okay. I don't know the athletes that well.
I think Josiah is probably the fastest swimmer in the field.
Yeah, I'd say definitely Josiah. Maybe would swim between 2:15 and 2:20. Okay. I mean, 1:10 should be achievable. It is long course, but you are hitting that off. You're fresh at the start, and you've got no contest in the water. You've got your own lane, which is a bit of a luxury for a triathlete. So,
it's probably the fastest pool in the country as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a pretty quick pool. Yeah. But I mean, the time is probably in the starter's hands. I'll leave you to.
It looks like we are just a few seconds away from the start. So, these guys will be getting pretty nervous. They know what's involved. They've seen enough races already this morning, and obviously Hamish has already been in the race just before, so I'm sure he's well warmed up. But Josiah is the sort of athlete that this is short enough and intense enough that it'll be right in his wheelhouse. Someone like Hamish Robertson, who's more of an endurance-based athlete, and Bobby Cowles possibly as well, might find themselves on the limit pretty early. But it looks like we're off and straight into it. So as you can see, looking across, it's a pretty even start. Pretty quick arms being turned over, a lot of kick going on in lane 4. That looks like it's Josiah, isn't it? Yeah, Josiah Nay's taking it out pretty strong. From lane 2 is Grayson Westgate. So the two young guys taking it to them. Big long stroke on that left arm as well. Big powerful swimmer. So Hamish, what are you feeling right now if you're in this race?
Well, hopefully relaxed. Again, you do a lot of. Most of your training should be based around having the fitness and technique to be able to swim quite fast, but stay pretty relaxed.
Yeah.
I mean, in a normal triathlon, you essentially want to get off the line pretty quickly, obviously, but you need to approach the first buoy in a reasonable amount of control. Because once you go into contact, if you're close to the red line and you get pushed under, you're just going to go backwards. So you've got to sort of set up the buoy rounding, and in this case for Josiah, I think he would just be looking for a nice steady rhythm I'd say he'll be pretty relaxed still.
He looks like he's maintaining that stroke pretty well through this first 130 odd metres. But for him, this is just an individual time trial, really, isn't it? It's a 200 time trial swim, 5K time trial bike, and a 1K time trial run. There's not a lot of draft dynamics that come into it other than on the bike, but there's no advantage in the swim. Like there's no contact.
Was it Bobby in lane 2?
No, Bobby's in. Bobby is in the blue cap.
Oh, the blue. I was actually hoping if he came out closer, he would probably put him under a bit of pressure on the bike if he's come from a rowing background. But
such a strong cyclist.
He might run out of time on the bike to catch up. But it's neat to see again. Yeah, an athlete that can be super good at one discipline may be not as strong in another, which is obviously the nature of triathlon.
Well, rowing's loss was triathlon's gain when it came to you, wasn't it? Because that was your early sport. Well, Josiah's out of the water already. Look at that. Yeah. That's incredible. So straight into it, and he's got a solid lead from Grayson by the looks of it, and he's straight onto the bike, straight into work. That's the skill of an under-19 athlete. He knows exactly what's involved. Cap goes on into his shoes, and he's already up to pace. There he goes, filling away nicely. Takes a couple of seconds for these trainers to pick up and transfer across to Zwift. So you can see the riders pedaling, but the signal takes a while to get from the trainer to the device that's detecting it, which is the iPad. And as we can see on screen now, that Josiah is right into his work at 9 watts a kilo. These are big numbers, but for him through the online series, this was not uncommon to him where he would throw down some big watts like that. Grayson Westgate's matching him at that similar level, and for these guys to be doing that, they've probably got this for about a minute before they have to actually settle back down. But I guess in this style of racing, and ITU style racing, this is what they need to be able to do. They need to be able to put out 800 watts for a short period of time and then settle back in again.
Yeah, they definitely do. The nature of racing is that you come out of the water, you generally, if you've had a great swim, you're fine, but if you're behind, you've got to be able to close gaps. So that does take a huge amount of initial punch, so that's why you don't want to get out of the water completely toasted.
Yeah.
But again, you do need to be able to hit it pretty hard and then settle in without blowing up, finding a little bit of rhythm. But you've also got to set up your bike to deliver a good run. So again, it is about energy management and probably about practicing delivering high wattage but staying relaxed.
Yeah, I know. I remember reading a stat somewhere that in one of the I think it might have been the Hamburg race where often there'd be 40 or 50 times where they're over 800 watts for maybe 10-15 seconds, which just to come out of those corners and come out of those hairpins, incredible power. But that's Zwift racing as well. I mean, there's so many sections in Zwift where you have to put out that high power to be able to go that strong. And we can see Josiah's obviously eased up as we would expect. But that high effort that he put in the start's given him a 10-second lead over Grayson. And Grayson's matching his power, but obviously he had a few seconds out of the water lead on him already. And he's just put the pressure on and making him decide what he's going to do. Now, the interesting thing here with Josiah, or is that Grayson we're looking at, he hasn't actually gone very, very well on the bike choice. And I don't know if this is something you're too aware of with Zwift, but the bike dynamics, the frame style and the wheel style make a massive difference in your speed on the road. So the bike that he's on now is probably 3 or 4 seconds slower than an aero frame with an aero set of wheels. So doing the homework before that would have been interesting. We've seen a lot of races earlier with some of the older guys who are a little bit more in tune with dynamics of the racing, riding time trial bikes with disc wheels because they know that they're so much faster in game than a conventional bike. But this is the great thing about the sport is we can see the faces of the athletes as they're actually doing this, and it's one of those unique nature that we're finding today is we can actually see what these riders are going through and how much effort they're putting in. You see them on telly, then they're usually just you only see them for a very short time. But right now we're focused on Hamish Robertson, and he's putting a lot of effort in, and we can see Liam Bird's actually making a big attack over Hamish Robertson to come up to only 25 seconds down on Grayson Westgate. And Liam was an athlete about 3 hours ago wasn't even going to do this race. So he was a little bit nervous about it, but I don't really know if there's reason to have been nervous with the effort he's putting in here. But he is out of the saddle. He is really grinding away, and he's almost hitting that 5 watts a kilo. But you can see ahead of him, Josiah Nay, 40 seconds ahead, consistently over 4, 5, 6 watts a kilo. And Josiah's gone for the aero frame with the aero wheels, so he's actually done his homework on this. I can see he's riding a Scott bike in game, and he's on a Scott bike in real life, so that's exciting. But yeah, how different would your training and your career have been if this was available to you at the age that Josiah and Grayson are at?
I actually don't. I've sort of wondered about that, and I think you'd have to have changed as an athlete to have figured out how you go to Olympic distance, and how do you also then perform well at a much shorter format.
Yeah.
And I think it would require a slightly different physiology, but different type of training as well. I guess I was a better and stronger, longer athlete. Although I never went to Ironman, I didn't really have it in me to do that. But I don't know if the shorter format would have been, my strength.
Because you were one of the strong bikers in the race, and the longer the race went for.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
The better the.
But I did have what was strange about it was when we did race in Australia, I had some good results, which surprised me because I didn't really ever feel like I raced that well over short format. But sometimes until you do the racing, you just don't know how your body's gonna operate.
Yeah, and those were draft legal races as well. That very, very short Grand Prix format.
Yeah, it was, and they were really tight circuits and super competitive. Like 20 Aussies that were super good back then, and
a couple of Brits.
Yeah, and it was full noise. You sometimes wonder how you survived, but you kind of just raced and you did your best.
Yeah, I encourage anyone who hasn't really watched those races to go on YouTube and just follow some of the Tui's Blue or the St George races, and you'll see some names. Chris McCormack, who a lot of people know as the Ironman World Champ, 2 times Ironman World Champ, was actually a very, very good super short Grand Prix distance athlete. Craig Alexander was the same. Some of those great Ironman athletes started out in that very, very short format, which is exactly what they're doing, similar to what they're doing in the mixed relay, and what we see in a lot of these new formats coming through. So it's exciting stuff. Just looking on the race now, you can see Josiah's got that 20-second lead, and he's still pushing out some big numbers. Grayson Westgate's doing an amazing job to be able to hold him, and they've actually got almost a minute on Liam Bird, and Liam's got about 20 seconds or so on Hamish, and I think Hamish is riding on a time trial bike in game, so he's right. Josiah's onto the run already. That's incredibly fast. So let's see what his lead is. Did you do a lot of treadmill running when you were going through your career?
No, I didn't actually. It's become quite a thing.
Yeah.
I always sort of thought the treadmill was the road's moving under, so it was going to be easier. But I think a lot of athletes, I know Emma Snowsill did a lot of training on a treadmill.
Yeah.
I think maybe to either get leg speed, but reduce risk of injuries, or there could have been other reasons. But yeah, based on the treadmills you've got these days, there are definitely
these new curve treadmills.
Super fast.
Yeah, the new curve treadmills are incredible, aren't they? All right, so here we are. We've got Josiah on the run course. He's just getting his treadmill up to speed. So the problem with treadmills in Zwift is that they do take a while to catch up. I mean, you can see him running very, very fast in real life, but it's taken a while for his treadmill on game to catch up. So he's running close to 3:20 per K. Now, some of the athletes earlier were running closer to 3 minutes per K, and I think a lot of that has to do with your run technique on a treadmill. We see Liam Bird and Hamish Robertson are coming onto the treadmill now for 3rd and 4th place. So Josiah and Grayson both have a pretty handy lead. Josiah's running at 3:13s, Grayson's at 3:04. So Grayson's actually coming along at him pretty well, and he's only got 26 seconds. Probably not enough in a 1K run. Grayson's really got to be running under 3-minute Ks, and Josiah to be running 3:20, 3:30s to have him catch him. But he's having a go at it. They're now matching each other on the run, so I suspect Josiah's probably seen across at what Grayson's running and thought I need to at least try and match that and hold it. And Liam's doing a great job as well, just in and probably in a borrowed tri-suit on a borrowed bike.
Seems to be.
He's my husband.
Oh, there you go. He's definitely on a borrowed bike. So it's only a kilometre. It's around a 400-metre track on Zwift. It's not much to it really. 2.5 laps of flat out. But this is the nature of the racing these days. It's incredible what they started off with the Super League when they did the same sort of thing last year. But Liam Bird's running at 3-minute Ks. You know, he's probably running faster than the others in the course. It's a shame that he's probably about a minute down. But you can see on camera, Grayson Westgate has put so much effort in. Looks like is he coached by Tony Dodds? I think he's got his Evolve uniform on. Former New Zealand representative, elite triathlete Tony Dodds. John's got 300 metres to go, so he's almost at the finish of this race. He's a lap ahead of Hamish Robertson. Looks like Liam might have slowed down a little bit as well. Yeah, we'll see very soon. So the race will be over just before you know. It's incredible how fast it is, but the level of intensity is so intense. You know, these guys wouldn't be doing much for another half hour or so afterwards. You'd get that VO2 cough.
Yeah.
We can see that Josiah's coming to the end now, digging in hard. Grayson is getting very, very close to him though. He's only 14 seconds down. He's going to run out of road. And he's done. Wow, that was hard. And he's got wobbly legs. You wish you were out there?
No, I'm pleased to
yeah, I'm pleased
have these guys do it. I stay in shape
Grayson's
and
finished.
do some other stuff these days, but I definitely am still fit, but just not this type of fit.
Yeah, this is a different sort of fitness,
yeah,
isn't it?
It really is, yeah. I'd want a wave start that was a bit more cruisy. Just kind of take your time.
Yeah, you might like the new format of rolling starts they have in Ironman these days.
Yeah, sure.
Just casual, work your way into it. Hamish Robertson's coming along here. So he's done really well to be in his second race for the day. And he's still running at under 320k. It's very, very tough. There's no mistaking how hard that is. Liam Bird's running very, very well at 3-minute Ks. He's almost coming to the end of his run. And got Bobby Cowles. He's in speedos, which you got to appreciate because he's in the speedos and a baggy singlet, and he's finished. Actually, Bobby did a very, very good run there because he was behind Hamish.
Yeah.
He ran very, very well there. And here's Hamish coming now to the finish. So, great racing. So we're going to try and hopefully get Josiah in here so we can have a bit of a chat to him. And just get his thoughts on the race, and if we can grab his attention and bring him over here, hopefully we can.
You want to get him in before he gets his breath back?
Yeah, I want to hear him panting.
There's nothing better than an interview where they can't breathe.
Yeah.
It sort of makes it a bit more realistic.
Yeah. You watch some of the post-race tour interviews as the stage winners come across, and you know, the emotion and the pain that they've gone through is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Left themselves out on the track.
Yeah, it's been great to watch it. Even though it seems like a little bit of a foregone conclusion, I think there's still enough in it to keep it interesting. And as you know, with the sport, it's not over until the finish.
There's no guarantees, and easy to have a bad day or
make
a mistake.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those in the past. Let's just see if we can grab Josiah's attention here. Homing pigeon out for him, and you know what these young elite athletes are like, eh? They'll be signing autographs and doing their social media.
Yeah.
So are you off to? Do you head to Tokyo?
Yeah, the team's heading up on about the 20th, and cool. I'll meet them up there on the 22nd.
It's gonna be quite a different experience to previous Olympics that you've been to.
Yeah, it's gonna be challenging for different reasons, I think. There's going to be a lot more restrictions around movement, daily health and safety protocols and testing.
Yeah.
But if you strip all that back, I think the good thing is the events can still go ahead safely, and in a sense, it'll be a bit more of a, like, the performance of the athletes will be back at the front. I mean, the Olympics tends to get overrun by the occasion, which it still will. It's a big occasion, but you take out the crowds and it'll be a bit more clinical, but I think when you get to watch it, it'll still be amazing because here are the very, very best athletes in the world doing what they do, and it's going to be pretty neat to watch.
And they just want to be there to race, don't they? Like,
totally. Like, they've worked so hard, and they've all qualified, and so they've now got the opportunity to deliver their best performance. And as long as, I think we've all got a responsibility to go to Japan, but stick to the rules so that we don't put their population at risk.
They're risking a lot, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. I mean, it's a huge commitment to hold the Olympics in a pandemic-type scenario that no one could see would happen.
Yeah.
But despite all that, they're sort of committed to making it happen. So I think it'll still be a really amazing games, and I think it'll be quite tough. You know, if you're successful, you will be kind of isolated from being able to celebrate. But also, if you don't perform at your best, which is a lot of athletes as well, you'll also have to kind of go through that on your own.
Yeah.
I think that'll be quite tough.
Yeah, that would be tough.
So that you really do get the extreme highs and lows of the emotions from the games, and it's not always seen, but I think that sort of lingers in the back of my mind is actually really will be a lasting kind of piece of this Olympics, which will be quite tough. I think.
Yeah. I guess the experiences that you had from Athens would be quite different to what the gold medalists would have from this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just wouldn't have that same thing.
All
right, here come the boys.
We get very stupid.
Yep.
I thought I was waiting for you there.
I wasn't quite up to it. Hey, well done.
You got subbed in there, so that's all good.
Grab a seat, guys.
Yeah, come on through, guys.
Come on in. I'll leave you to it. Or no,
Okay.
just hang back.
Yeah. Josiah, come and take a seat.
Am I going to, destroy any nudity policies here or something? Or am I okay?
It's YouTube. Okay. Anything that happens on YouTube. Okay, so tell us about that race.
Oh, it's pretty good, I was surprised by how hot, honestly. That was the piece that surprised me the most, was just with no fan or anything on the bike.
Yeah.
Am I close enough? Or?
Yeah.
So I'm actually...
So, it was hot.
Yeah, no, it was very hot.
Yeah, I could imagine. And that fan will make a massive difference. So, when you're racing this at home, and if you have a fan, it's probably 20-30 watts difference.
Yeah, no.
So, you were still pushing out 9 watts a kilo for the first probably minute and a half.
Yeah.
So you weren't hindered by it too much.
No,
But,
the trainers were good. It felt real smooth, so that was nice.
Cool.
Fortunate enough to have Barry give me one for the Zwift race. So
perfect.
I've been able to
That's worked well.
From home, so it's good. Good to be doing it in a long course pool again. It's been a while. I know my coach is happier if I do long course because my trains are shit.
Who are you coached by?
So my tri coach is Craig Kirkwood.
Oh yeah. Craig was messaging me just before.
Yeah.
He's missing out.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's in quarantine at the moment, so I'm sure he said he was following everything today because he had nothing else to do.
He's got nothing else to do.
Well, that makes it sound bad, but no. So no, it was good. And then I've been swimming with St. Peter's. So
great.
Just when that's cool. So.
Okay, well, thanks for being here doing this race, and also what you've done for the series. It's been, all you guys have been. It's been great watching the racing because it's this year in particular. We've seen the level of racing has been so high that it's Anna and I both said how exciting it's been to watch because you just never know how it's going to play out. And we designed some pretty tough courses, and you guys just came to it and you were just give it heaps.
Yeah, no, it's been super fun. It's definitely been a highlight of the week being able to jump on and have something in the middle of the week just to race people and be able to bury myself.
That's what we need, eh?
Yeah, it's been great with the cyclists coming in and
it's
been brutal.
Well done. Okay, well, congratulations, and we'll see you next time. Cheers.
Thank you,
Grayson. How's it going?
Good, thanks. Yep.
Well done, my man.
Cheers, thank you.
Are you coached by Dodsey, are you?
Yes,
yeah. I thought that I recognised that outfit.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty good day. That was
yes.
Did that play out as you thought it would?
Well, the aim was just to really try and stick to the size as close as I could.
So did you see when he got on the bike and he was really pumping out?
Yeah.
And you matched him? Yeah, we could see that.
I tried to.
Did you? What bike were you riding on in game?
I Specialised. Oh, like in the actual
Yeah,
game?
in Zwift, yeah.
Oh, I don't think it was a TT.
Yeah, so we were talking about this as well because I was on a Scott with the aero wheels and you had just the normal Zwift bike with Zwift wheels, and that's probably
I completely forgot about
3 or
that,
4
actually.
seconds.
Yeah.
But that might have made a little bit of a difference, but it was just an exciting race, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it's good fun. Yeah.
It's been really good watching, as I said before, it's been great watching you guys race and taking it to some of these older, more experienced athletes, and just saying, hey, we're just going to give it out. We don't really care what happens.
Yeah,
and
it's good fun.
It's been good. So well done. Thanks for that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Let's have a chat to third place. Bird. So 3 hours ago, you were sitting in a pair of jeans and t-shirt.
Yeah, I was here working.
How did that unfold?
Oh man, that was tough. Yeah, no, I was not ready for it,
Yeah, I know. Thanks for that, because it was going to be me otherwise, and I wasn't looking forward to it myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, hey, from our perspective in the commentary box, you took to it in the swim, and by the time you're on that, like you had an incredible ride. By the time you're on that run, you were at 3 minute Ks, and you were running down into almost into second place. So
yeah. Well, funny that bike. I was just talking to Anna about it. And because I was a wild card, we didn't submit my weight.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm 68 kg, but the bike was on 80, so
so it was even
I
harder
had
for
an
you.
extra 12 kgs for that ride.
Well, lucky we didn't send you up any big hills.
Yeah. Mess with Hamish.
Oh
right,
yeah. Oh well, congratulations in third place under 19.
No,
Okay. Third place in the ACATs, and
I always get that.
Yeah, congratulations. Well done. We'll hopefully we'll won't put too much stress on you for next time, and maybe you should just enter it next time.
Maybe.
Oh, well, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. All right. So we're going to come back to the final race in about another 10 minutes or so. So we're going to take a little break and check back in 10 minutes, and we'll have the ACAT women in the final race. Thank you. Okay, here we are, everybody. Last race for the day. So we're 4 minutes away from the Cat A women, and I think you'll agree that today's racing has been absolutely amazing. So we've got we've got a stellar field again, as we have with every other race. We've got a couple of athletes that are backing up from the BCAT women's race, which that's something to be absolutely applauded. So we'll go through the start list very shortly. There's 3.5 minutes to go. As you know, it's a 200-metre swim, 5.1k bike, and a 1k run. One thing you would have seen with the previous races is that it's so much about pacing, and you know, it is such a long. It's a short race, but it's a long race. And for those athletes that really control their pace early are the ones that are able to finish strong. And we've seen a couple of athletes that have possibly gone out a little bit too hard and faded towards the end, but for the most part, you know, the top athletes in each category have just been steady, strong paces. So here we go with the start list for the women's ACAT. Bridget Kittle is followed by Britt Litton, who's obviously raced in the BCAT earlier. Laura Wood, who also raced in the B. She was actually won the B race. Danielle Trawoon and Heather Neal. So I'll be interested to see how Bridget and Danielle and Heather go. Obviously, we haven't seen them race yet. I know Heather's an extremely strong cyclist, but we've seen Danielle and Bridget both race very, very well in the Zwift series online. And but it's going to be interesting to see how they bring it all together with the swim and the run. Just over 2 minutes to go to the start list. Just a reminder, we just want to thank all those organisations that have come in to help us out with this. Phoenix Cycle Distributors, and also with support from Pub Charity, Zwift, skysportnext, and Domestic. And of course, race wouldn't have gone ahead without the hard work of Triathlon New Zealand. Anna Russell and her team behind the scenes have been working so hard at getting this thing off the ground. And you know, those of you who've been watching it at home, hopefully it's come across as an incredible event, because really here we are at AT Millennium and Owen Glen swimming pool, and it's been a great atmosphere all day. There's been crowds have been here watching people, friends and family racing, and you know, it's just been really, really exciting. And it's a neat format to watch, because you can actually see the athletes right up close. You can see the look in their eye, and you can see how deep they're pushing themselves, and you know, the effect that it has on their own performances is great, knowing that there's people right beside them cheering them on. So we can just see that we're in the warm-up stage now. We'll be in the starters' hands shortly. We're at almost a minute to go, and yeah, it's a flat-out 200 metres. There's Britt Litton, who's hopefully her arms are warmed up. She told me before she was a little bit shaky, just from that feeling you get after doing a near anaerobic effort for a period of time. Your body doesn't go into shock, but it kind of gets this sort of shaking feeling to it, and it's just about controlling that and just going out and just slowly exercising just to keep warm and keep moving. But you know, she'll be well warmed up. She'll be ready when the race starts to go back into it as fast as she was before. So we have very, very soon the event director Holly Fletcher, who had raced the BCAT earlier. She's there poolside, just giving them the final instructions, and we'll see the start very, very soon. Just looking at the order in the pool there. I know Britt's in lane 2. We'll figure out who in the other lane that might be, and they're off now. That's Bridget Kittle in lane 1, Britt Litton in lane 2, Laura Wood, Danielle Trawoon in lane 4, and Heather Neal in lane 5. So let's see who the strong swimmers are. We know Laura's a very, very strong swimmer, but look at Danielle Trawoon. She's right stroke for stroke with her, and so is Bridget Kittle. Very, very strong, very, very even. 1, 2, 3 side by side as we come into the first turn. Maybe Laura Wood might have a slight lead, but not too much really. Heather Neal and Britt Litton are very, very close together as well. But Laura Wood and Danielle Tyrone have just opened out a small lead on Bridget Kittle. Now, we know that Bridget and Danielle are very, very strong cyclists. They are A-Cat riders. Laura's a B-Cat rider. So Laura's a very, very strong swimmer. Is this part of her tactic? She's going to take the swim out hard, drag those girls along with her, and hopefully wear them out a little bit for the bike. Laura's obviously a good runner as well. We saw her win the B race. Here we go for the next turn. And Laura, small lead over Danielle. Very, very small. Smallest of margins. But Bridget Kittle is matching them very, very well. Looks like Laura may have pulled out a little bit of a lead now. Just off that, this is off the wall, off that last turn. Enough just to perhaps break Danielle a little bit. And in fact, Bridget has moved into second. So Danielle possibly went out a little bit too hard at the start. Bridget's paced herself really nicely. But we're looking at Laura turning, 50 metres to go, followed by Bridget and Danielle Tyrone really, really close behind her. Heather Neal stretched ahead of Britt Litton ever so slightly, fourth, and Heather's about to turn now. So we're just looking at coming to the end of the 200 metres. Laura's got a nice lead, probably 3 or 4 body lengths on Bridget Kittle. Look at that stroke, really, really smooth, very, very comfortable. And as Hamish Card was saying earlier, it's all about being in control. Not going out too fast, not blowing up, but being really controlled. She's breathing every stroke. Every once in a while, she'll breathe every fourth stroke, but it's a great technique. And there she's out of the pool. Nice little lead run into a bike. Bridget Kittle's next out, taking the steps. Nothing wrong with that. Bridget obviously is closer to the side of the pool, so her bike's furthest away. And Laura's on the bike. Danielle Tyrone in third. Great swim from Danielle. Here we are. Laura's straight into it. 6 watts a kilo. Bridget's just getting started, getting moving. And she's off as well. So Laura's opened up a nice little lead here, 18 seconds on Bridget. We know Bridget's a strong cyclist. We know Danielle's a strong cyclist. But Laura's really pushing in some big effort. She knows that these girls are strong. She knows that she needs to put as much time in as she can. Britt Litton's just got to her bike. Heather Neal is on her bike as well. 13 seconds up on Bridget. It's a nice little lead, handy lead. That's around about what she had out of the water, so Bridget's holding her to it. And in fact, she's matching her in power as well. You can see Bridget's on a time trial bike as well. She's really done her homework on this. She's on a time trial bike. She's got aero wheels. 10 seconds behind Laura now, so she's actually making a move to bring her back. Running very well. 4 seconds up on Danielle. Danielle's not letting her get away either. Extremely close racing here. You see Bridget's 10 seconds, still 10 seconds down on Laura. What we might see is these 3 riders come together through the course of this ride. Obviously they don't have, well, Bridget hasn't got any drafting effect because she's on a time trial bike, but just see what Laura's riding on here. Laura's on a time trial bike as well, so they're matching bike for bike by the looks of it. Danielle is on a road bike, so Danielle's on a road bike as well, so that's the difference. Laura and Bridget on time trial bikes. Danielle's on a road bike. Danielle's going to find it hard to pull Bridget back. It's already stretched out to 7 seconds. But Laura and Bridget are both going to be riding very, very close. You can see in that picture there, Laura is really settled into her rhythm. She looks very, very comfortable, very strong. Heather Neal's coming along very strong. She's a known cyclist, very, very strong cyclist in real life, and she's pushing some big numbers, only 6 seconds down on Danielle. Danielle, who is also a very strong cyclist. So these two come together. Heather's on a Tron bike. So Heather's done a very, very good job figuring out what bike will work best for her on this course. She's just a K&a-half into it. I think we might see her catch up to Danielle, knowing that she's on a better bike. She's pushing out high power. And she can see her. She's in her sights. So those two can work together pretty well, because two riders working together on road bikes will probably be stronger and faster than one rider on their own on a time trial bike, and that's what we've got with Bridget. Laura's got a nice lead on Bridget. She's stretched out to 13 seconds ahead, but we're going to see Heather catch up to Danielle. Britt Litton's only 30 seconds down on Heather. Britt's had a great swim, considering she was in the previous B race, and she's actually holding very, very good speed. So we're going to see now, and I know Britt's on a time trial bike, so she's got the effect of this increased speed, and she's not going to lose a lot of time to Heather and Danielle. As we see now, Heather's caught up to Danielle. She'll sit on her wheel for a little bit, but I think we're going to see her go straight past. And if they're smart about it, then they'll work together. It'll be good to see. It'll be good to see these two work together and try and start pulling Bridget back. They'll know exactly what they need to do. They can see each other in real life, almost beside each other, but they can see each other in the game, and they know that riding together is going to be faster than a rider on their own. So here we are with Heather's made the catch. This is a big effect. We know Danielle's a strong rider. Caught up to her. She's just drifting on. Now Danielle has to put in a little bit of effort, especially on this climb here. You don't want to lose. You don't want to get gapped. You see Heather's out of the saddle, pushing over 5 watts a kilo. Danielle needs to lift her power. She wants to hold on to her, and it looks like she hasn't. Heather's done a great job here. Really, really powerful ride. Looking ahead to Laura, 16 seconds on Bridget. We know that Laura was possibly getting run down in the BCAT race, so it'll be interesting to see if Bridget got a good run leg on her, because 16 seconds isn't much. You can see here Bridget's just pedaling at a really, really nice smooth cadence. She's a very, very strong cyclist. We've seen her race well on Zwift in the eTRI series, and we know in real life she clearly is a strong cyclist as well, because she's just put her head down and she is working hard. 17 seconds though, she's really got to overcome that gap there. She's consistently up around 300 watts, which for her is fantastic. It's an amazing effort. Okay to go for Laura, and only a couple hundred metres behind for Bridget. Hard work for Bridget, because she sees that she's putting up more power, but Laura's just consistently riding stronger. Now Britt is only 24 seconds down on Danielle. We might see her actually ride up to her a little bit and possibly not catch her before the end of the bike, but it's definitely going to put some pressure on her. Heather's stretched out. She's got 6 seconds up on Danielle. Only 13 seconds to Bridget. I don't think that's going to close in the next kilometre, but we can see here Laura's going to be coming to the finish very soon. Here's Heather riding very nice, very smoothly. Again, very high power. Sitting near 300 watts the whole way. That's some hard effort going on there. And we got Laura coming off the bike very, very soon. A couple hundred metres to go. Got a handy little lead, but it's not necessarily a race-winning lead. Laura's finishing strong though. She's really pushing it up. She knows that there's a lot in this. You know, she's already won the B race. There's nothing wrong with taking it to the A's and trying to take the A race as well. And we might just see exactly that happen. So Laura's getting her shoes on. She's getting onto the treadmill. Bridget Kittle's coming to the end of the bike. Heather Neal's only 20 seconds down on her. Bridget's to the treadmill as well. Shoes are going on. Crowd are all around, really getting into this race. Laura's up to speed. Bridget's getting the treadmill moving. a long time to get these things working. You got to turn your legs over quickly. You got to get that treadmill up. Laura's moving. Laura's up to speed. All right, now we're into her rhythm. 24 seconds on Bridget. Can that come back? Danielle's off the bike. Danielle and Heather. Heather's on the treadmill. Danielle's getting her shoes on. Britt Litton's off the bike. Britt's had a great ride. She is well in sight with these other girls. 14 seconds. Bridget is bringing it back. She's about 5 seconds a kilometre faster than Laura. She needs to be faster than that though. Yeah, she's dropped it down a little bit. 13 seconds a kilometre faster. Heather Neal's up and running. She's looking very, very strong. Bridget's dropped that pace. All right, here we have a race on. 13 seconds. We might see another sprint finish like we saw in the previous women's race. She's in her sight. Doesn't mean she's going to catch you though. She needs to be going faster than that. 12 seconds. Bit by bit, she's going to start pulling her back. It's all about how fast can you push yourself. 12 seconds. If she wants to make the catch, she needs to lift her pace up. 400 metres in, 11 seconds. She might run out of road if she doesn't move on from here. Can Laura back herself? Can Laura lift her pace a little bit just to counter? She knows she's coming. It's only 11 seconds. Still a lot in the Zwift game, Zwift world. Halfway through this run. Cut her lead in half. Bridget's up and striding, running very, very well. You can see Britt Litton just behind her. She's a lap down, but she's actually running extremely well as well. See Bridget Kittle is the next one in orange behind Britt Litton there. Laura's counted. Laura's bringing her pace down as well now. She knows that Bridget's coming strong at her. 9 seconds. 200 meters, 300 meters to go. I think Laura's done enough to take this out. It'll be a fantastic victory if she does. She'll win the A and the B cat race. 8 seconds to Bridget. Sorry, I was wrong. Actually, I forget now. Laura was actually second in the B cat race. I remember Charlotte ran her down at the finish. So Laura obviously has memory from that race and doesn't want the same thing to happen again. 7 seconds. She's almost there. 100 meters to go. I think she's got it. Crowd are cheering them on, making them work really hard. So close.
Oh, yeah, she's done it.
She'll be safe.
She did it.
She did it. What a race. 6 seconds. And Bridget's just finished as well. Bridget had a big sprint at the finish there. She is done. Danielle Taroon for third place. Almost finished. Heather Neal running is in third place. My mistake. Heather Neal's had a great run. Well done from Heather. Big finish, strong finish. Really taking that pace down really well. And Britt Litton and Danielle Taroon are very, very close together as well. 11 seconds in it, 13 seconds in it. I think we might run out of road for these two. Britt might just be left a little bit too short. 12 seconds. It's a strong finish from Britt. She'll be very, very happy with this considering she raced only a short time earlier in the B race. Danielle's done well to hold her off. Dug deep. And Danielle's finished. And here's Britt coming to finish. Isn't she happy? Good effort. Wow. Crikey. That was quite a race. Another very, very exciting race. Not much in it. So, we're going to bring the race winners in shortly. I'd love to have a chat to them. I'd love to talk to Laura and find out what was going through her mind in that race, because she dug really, really deep there, and maybe the experiences she had in the previous race, she was able to figure out exactly how to attack this. We're going to start bringing the winners over very, very soon. So just before we do that, we're going to have a special guest. Right, bear with me for a second here. Come on in. Take a seat.
There we go.
Whatever. Here we are with two-time racer, Britt Litton. Whatever encouraged you to do that?
And much fun.
Do you regret that? No, I don't think you. I think you had a better race this time.
I had an easier swim field to keep up with, I think.
Do you? No. Laura was in the race.
Yeah.
So she was in the same race.
Instead of 4 being a length ahead, it was just 3 being a length ahead.
So did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was cool.
Quite different to what you're used to with Ironman racing and adventure racing and all that sort of stuff.
If I could swim a bit faster, it would be a bit funner, but.
Well, I think you did great. It was great watching, because we could see that you were really focused on that person in front and the next person in front and the next person in front. And, you were just pulling them back the whole time.
I'm a bit blind, so I couldn't even see the people on the screen. You
should put your spectacles on, actually. No, well done. I mean, seriously, to do 2 races in such short time at that intensity, I think it's a real indicator of what you've really done and how much of a difficult performance that would have been.
Oh my gosh! I think Coach will give me a day off tomorrow.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Thanks, Heps.
No worries. Thank you. Let's have a chat to our race winner, please.
So fun.
Come on over, Laura. Well done. So you were a second in the B race, and you thought, well, I might as well go out and win the A race now. How's that work?
It doesn't really make sense, does it?
Can't really do the math on that. What happened there?
I think I had a slightly bigger lead on the swim in the A race, so that set me up well, and then better transitions, I think, probably, because I had a chance to practice those.
You knew what was involved.
Yeah.
It looked like actually the swim started out very, very even.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for a
You and
second.
Danielle were very close together, and I think you just stretched her out a little bit, and once you broke that rubber band, it was over. But that would have been quite stressful. But then you just settled into a nice rhythm, and you had a good 10-15 second lead out of the water, and then you did your usual thing on the bike. You just put your head down and went. This time though, you were being chased, but you knew how to beat the chaser.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the last race where Charlotte ran you down. Bridget was coming at you, but you were able to just move. We could see you could push that little bit extra. Keep on top of that treadmill.
Tried to keep increasing the speed as much as I could, and then got to knew she was catching me slowly. I think I actually struggled to see the numbers on the screen because they were a bit small, but
that's right.
Yeah, just
pushed
as hard as I could.
You know what they say though: the faster you go, the quicker the race finishes. So exactly. That's what you were doing. Well, congratulations, well done, ACAT winner. That's quite remarkable. Second in the B's and first in the A's. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, let's have a chat to Bridget. How was that?
It was really hard.
It looked tough. You were coming along strong at the end there.
Yeah. You just got to give it all you got. It's not that long, so.
Yeah. Not like a 60-minute race on Zwift, is it? It's
not really any tactics apart from go as hard as I could.
Yeah, it was interesting actually because we could see that you were matching Laura for power on the bike, and the gap wasn't really changing much. But once you got onto the run, obviously you're a comfortable runner and you just got into your rhythm. And as you started pulling her in, we actually thought, you're probably going to run out of road, but we could actually see that you were moving quickly at her, and then she just accelerated a little bit enough to get that lead again.
Yeah. Like Laura said, it's quite hard to see the numbers. So I didn't know what pace she was doing. Right. I only knew what I was doing, so I just had to go as hard as I could.
You didn't yell across at her or anything?
No.
Say, how fast are you going?
Yeah. No, the commentary was quite good because I could hear that she was going a bit faster. I'm going to go a bit faster too. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
No.
Oh well, congratulations. It's been great watching you race this season, and it's finished with a cool race today.
Yeah. Awesome.
So well done.
Yeah. Cool. Hopefully we can do it again next year.
I'm sure we will. All right. Let's have a chat to third place. Heather.
Hello.
Well, that was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I didn't, to be honest, I was too busy watching first and second. I didn't even see you move into third.
To be honest, I had no idea where I was at any point of that either, apart from that I had an abysmal swim. But I'm not a good swimmer, so that wasn't surprising for me.
Well, we know you're a strong cyclist, and you're clearly a very strong runner because that performance was great.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. But you enjoyed it?
Yeah, definitely fun. Definitely quite different from my normal training. As I was just saying to Anna before, I'm really bad at pushing myself into that uncomfortable zone, and obviously when you get the most benefit, I'm just good at, plodding and just outlasting everyone.
Yeah.
And gradually getting a faster plod, but at really, redlining that and maxing it, I need to do it more.
It is an endurance event, even though it's a sprint. You've still got to be able to have that endurance to carry on. Yeah. So congratulations. Thanks so much for you came up because you're not from Auckland, are you?
No, I'm from Hawke's Bay.
So this is a trip up just for this race?
Yep.
Fantastic.
I drove up last night. Yeah.
And I believe Laura's from Christchurch, so she also came up for this race. So to have people come from around the country is for a 10-minute race or whatever it was. That says a lot. So congratulations. And
thank you so much. Great to be involved. Thanks for organising it.
No worries. I didn't organise it. And let's just finish off. I'd love to have a chat to Danielle. Come on over. How was that, Danielle?
Oh, it was awful.
So you were always my dark horse sprinter in the races because you seem to have this amazing ability just to put your head down and just take these last minute sprints. Yeah. And it was great to actually see that race unfold for you today. So obviously you had to go on the swim. You kept up with Laura for part of it. It looks like she's just stretched you out a little bit.
Yeah.
At what point in the swim did you feel you went a little bit too hard?
Oh, probably like 100 metres. The last 50 metres was quite tough.
It was interesting because Hamish Carter was in here with us earlier and he was sort of saying the same thing, that it's about that 150 metre mark where you can start feeling you lose a little bit of that rhythm. And
just losing breath.
Last 50 metres just takes forever.
Yeah.
But on the bike, you settled into a great rhythm and you rode very well.
I think I prefer the Zwift races, like the tactics of it. You sort of sit up a bit. I think that whole bike race, I was like, could barely see the numbers. Yeah,
and with Laura and Bridget both on time trial bikes, it changed the dynamics quite a bit because even though you and Heather could work together, 2 bikes versus the one time trial bike, it's still the dynamics of Zwift don't quite allow that to work. You probably needed 3 or 4 of you on those road bikes to catch the time trial bike. But
I wasn't really focusing on anyone around me either.
Just put your head down and go. Well, congratulations. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and we'll see you around more often, I'd say.
Cool. Thanks.
No worries. See you later.
See ya.
Thank you so much, job. Thanks.
Well, here we go.
Basically signing out.
You want to say anything?
Shall I come in?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just bring one more person in here. My commentary colleague, Anna Russell. Anna.
Here we go. Wow, that was a day. That was awesome. I mean, it's my voice is about to go and I wasn't even commentating. It was that was just wicked. It was kind of a dream when I saw those first Super League Arena games being run last year. I was like, man, we could do this too, but do it for the community. It's just been, I don't know, it's just awesome. Like, we've been looking out here, there's been friends, family, people coming from all around New Zealand to support this, and I'm super pumped. Rob's done a great job. He's been talking all day. I can't believe you can still... I
haven't done anything. I've just sat here and watched everybody do the work.
We've, I guess, like a shout out Try and Z for supporting this crazy concept is wicked. We've had Barry from Domestic just after foot surgery sitting there doing all the trainers, checking everyone's been in there with my husband Hayden volunteering. We've had
loaning up bikes.
Oh, he's loaning out his bike for competitors. We've had Mel Saltiel and her partner Pete on the treadmills, getting all the Bluetooth working. Claire's been doing the podiums. We had Sophie doing all the social media. Holly being the event manager. Liam, who raced, he was also a volunteer, and Alana Lyth was a volunteer as well. So hopefully I'm not forgetting anyone, but man, this has been a team effort, and super pumped to just see this all delivered. And thanks for the support, everyone who has been coming on board with this. We've got some exciting stuff in the works. We've laid out a challenge to Triathlon Australia. So we'll see what comes up next, but keep an eye out on some events in August. But I'll finally do want to call out to our sponsors again. So big sponsor, Phoenix Cycle Distributors, awesome, providing the trainers, mats, whole bunch of stuff. iPad Hire was awesome. They've given us all the equipment here as well. Barry from Domestic, can't say enough good things about him. just amazing. James
Cameraman.
He's been doing the live camera footage for Streamline, which has just been wicked to see that coming in and integrating. Also Pub Charity, who's given us a whole bunch of support for this event to run this. Who else am I missing? I think that's we've got the ones here, skysportnext as well, so they've been wicked. And I'll leave that to Rob to sign you guys off.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. It's been great. I've enjoyed it. I'm glad I wasn't racing. It looked far too uncomfortable, but and it was great having Hamish Carter in the commentary booth as well for one of those races. A real legend of the sport and someone that means a lot to a lot of us because we've followed his career over the years, and it's still great to see him here helping out. So thanks very much for everybody. Hopefully you've enjoyed us. Let us know how it went. If you enjoyed it, great. And hopefully we'll see you sometime soon. Thank you.